The meeting is now, the County of Berrien, Michigan, 2022 budget hearing is now in session.
Go ahead, get your mouse. She's gonna go get her mouse for a computer.
Okay,
So you gotta hold on.
We'll be here.
She's gotta call the roll.
Okay. We'll wait. Oh, didn't come yet? After we all left together and, oh, we came back here and he got in his vehicle.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see. Okay. This Berrien County budget hearing is now in session. Would you call the roll, please? Clerk Tyler.
Bell.
Here.
Curran.
Here.
Freeland. Here. Harrison.
Here.
Kingleman. Najarian. Needs. Scott.
Yes, I am.
Allred.
I'm present here.
Urkel. Carter.
Present.
Elliott. Madam Chair, you have 8 present, 4 absent.
Thank you. At this time, we will start. Do you have anything that you want to say to us?
No, Shelley Jasper will review the personnel budget.
Okay. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you,
We
Mamie.
will start with personnel.
Okay. I'm Shelley. I think you all know me. Been here a while. So personnel is really a service department internal to the county. We serve the employees, we serve the department heads, we serve the board. Various different areas of control, such as classification and wage administration, employee relations, employee services, practices and policies, loss control, safety, health, payroll, pension. We kind of touch it all. What are some opportunities that we have in the coming year? We have 4 collective bargaining units that are up. One is currently expired, our road department. We're actively in negotiations with them now. We have what we call our large county unit, our FOPLC unit, made up of many different county departments, and our 2 dispatch units. So those present an opportunity to us. We're looking at possible modifications to our health program, possibly offering like a high deductible plan that employees could opt into if they so choose, just a different type of cost option for them. So we're actively investigating that. And then obviously with our classification study, how are we going to implement? If we are going to implement, what does that look like? So those are opportunities for us. Our risks and issues, which I think you've heard from probably most departments, are being able to attract and retain qualified employees. And please feel free to stop me if you have any questions whatsoever. Our budget is really straightforward. There's not a lot of discretion in our budget. Personnel costs are set, materials and supplies, that's a whopping $250 for office supplies such as personnel file folders, label tabs, things like that. Purchase services and charges include employee physicals. We do physicals, all new hires for the county. Our software costs for our pension, munis costs, things like that. So again, set by the vendors pretty much, not a lot of wiggle room there. We do have a little bit more budgeted for legal services. Without an in-house corporate counsel, we've noticed that our legal fees are quite a bit higher. Typically, we could walk down the hall, ask a simple question. Now it's, an email with 20 years of history and setting the stage and things like that. So it's a little bit more cumbersome and obviously more expensive. Revenues, a lot of those revenues are, if anyone wants a copy of their personnel, any employee wants a copy of their personnel file, garnishment fees through payroll, things like that. So very minimal. Again, our purchase services went up the most, and legal services, as I mentioned, pre-employment physicals. An average pre-employment physical right now costs $270. We have two providers that we use, All Cities Occupational and Lakeland Occupational Health. They're very close in costs. Just some departments prefer All Cities over the Lakeland. We'll just leave it at that. Obviously, lab fees are going up, TB tests are going up, things like that. So again, out of our control. And that is really it. So I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Shelley, I believe the question was asked yesterday, how many bargaining units do you deal with? 7?
Are there 7 or 8 now? So we have a sheriff's non-command, AFSCME, who represents the juvenile center workers, the large county unit, which is, various county departments, including health department, building and grounds, IT, all of those. Our 2 dispatch units, sheriff command unit, and our road unit. So 7.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes,
I've been asking all of the departments, how many FTEs, what kind of equipment do you have for your team?
So there are 4 in HR, myself as the department head, Betsy Steltner, who is our payroll coordinator, Amy Pfeiffer, our benefits manager, and then we have a vacancy in Betsy's old position, which is our front desk, works very closely with Annette, and that is called personnel/legal assistant. Yeah, we hope to fill that one very soon. Annette and I are reviewing applications and hope to offer interviews and hopefully make an offer to a candidate I would think by the end of this month, definitely.
How were you able to find somebody when nobody else could find people to work at all?
Who wouldn't want to work for me, right? Yeah, look,
Line up by this door.
you would not even get an interview, Mr. Ballrath.
I'm gonna be recruiting for you though.
I do have one question, and I don't know what the total answer to this is or why. But when we do the physicals and we pay for that and have a doctor do it, is there any reason why those physicals could not be done by our in-house medical director at the health department, being that he's a doctor?
Well, he's not an occupational medical doctor. We actually have Ahmed docs that do the physicals. I think with his limited hours and the limited scope, I think it's probably better to have an outside source tell us whether that person is fit for duty or not versus an in-house. There's probably liability concerns, things like that. So
I just thought I'd throw that out there and ask that question. One other question I had that had nothing to do with your budget or anything. I've been meaning to ask you this for a while, and it just came up, but when employees are hired, do they get an employee handbook that they have to sign for that gives them all the rules and regulations, what they're supposed to be able to do and not do?
Yep. So obviously, if they're in a union, they get their collective bargaining agreement.
Right.
If they're non-union, we have a non-union handbook for them. And then we also supply them with 4 policies and then point them towards where the rest of the county policies and procedures are. The 4 policies they receive are notice of criminal law violation, harassment, driving county vehicles, I believe is one, and the 4th one escapes me right now, but they do actually sign that they receive those.
I've always wanted to ask you that, when the commissioners.
Didn't you get one of those?
Didn't know either. But thank you, I've nothing to do with the budget, like you said, you were here, so I had to ask.
No problem.
I
You have an orientation that,
Yes.
that
that.
We did as, as commissioners, we did get handbooks. I have something for non-union.
Yep.
Something about, the computer.
Oh, that's the other one. Yes, our IT policy. Yes.
And, how you treat people. What is
That's
that? We
the
looked at
harassment
special-
policy.
Yeah, the harassment for
Yeah.
Commissioner, who calls that? What's his name?
Probably shouldn't say maybe.
He's 90 years old.
Don Ryman.
Don Ryder. We had to make a special policy so that he wasn't saying, I don't know what he was doing, something, you know, would. Don't say that. Anyway, we got it. Did you get some things when you were sworn in? Did you get some?
I think I did. I know I've got
On
some.
those same lines, do we probably did something on people driving vehicles on their license?
Yeah, so we have a program through the Secretary of State's office, and we, for various positions that would drive county vehicles. And then there are special DOT rules that we follow for the road department, obviously. But that's all electronic now, and that's one of the personnel/legal assistance duties is when someone's hired and they're processing, they get the driver's license, they send it right off to Secretary of State, we get a printout. And then if there's a hit through the year, if they get a ticket or in an accident or anything like that, then Secretary of State notifies us. And then when they are no longer employed, we again electronically send a notice saying, hey, don't send us driving on, Dave Allrath anymore.
Boy, I'm telling you,
You
Dave.
better hurry. Chauffeur's waiting out there.
Yeah. And then, of course, there's special DOT rules that we have to follow through the Federal Clearinghouse and things like that for drug and alcohol violations, to search pre-employment. And then obviously if there's any issues during employment and things like that, so.
Any other questions? Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good job, Shelley.
Go green.
There
it is.
Your office, your budget, I mean, of course.
My budget's pretty good.
I know.
I think Dan's out in the hall.
I did see him.
I saw him.
Oh, here he
Oh, there
comes.
he is.
Members of the board, just a quick housekeeping. Just a reminder, use your microphones. And secondarily, we are streaming on the YouTube channel, so if you want to be heard, use your microphone. Thanks.
Thank you for stopping me.
Yeah, no.
Oops. Good morning.
Okay, your microphone is on?
Okay,
All right.
Oh, we're having technical problems, hold on.
okay, well, hold on.
There you go. Oh, I just need to pull it up there.
Go ahead, Ann.
Okay.
Good morning.
So you don't have this one, I'm sorry, and that's not because I didn't have it and didn't send it to you.
It's my fault.
And it is community development though, that's your fault.
Check your mic when you're speaking.
All right. How do I do that? There we go, okay, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry for the slight delay here. This is our budget hearing for the 2022 budget for community development. I have a few brief slides that I'll show you, just kind of highlighting our general fund, our special funds, and I also have pulled out the Berrien Bus Fund because I imagine that would be of interest to some of the commissioners. The purpose of community development is to promote economic growth, job creation, and community development throughout the county and the region. We do this through coordination and cooperation with local governments, local economic development partners, utilizing tax increment financing, tax incentives, debt financing to promote physical development projects throughout the county. We're looking at opportunities to include leveraging ARPA funds to promote further community and economic development throughout the county. And of course, you have a study that's being conducted right now by Jim Hediger, which I had lunch with Jim on Friday to check in and see what the progress of that is. It's going along well. He's got
a good portion of it prepared for the board. We're just waiting on the survey results to come in. So you should have something, I think, probably mid-October, a report on ARPA funds, and a portion of it will deal with how we can promote more development throughout the county. Our ongoing risks or issues moving into 2022 and beyond, of course, would be the operational challenges we have with Berrien Bus and trying to maintain and expand county transportation services. We've, I think, addressed a number of the problems that we had this year, but we will have challenges moving forward next year, as I've talked to you previously. I think as recently as a month and a half ago about that. The other issue that probably will come up in 2022, assuming that the legislature moves forward with this, is we may have to rewrite the Berrien County Solid Waste Plan next year, which hasn't been done since 2001, I think was the last time. There are substantial changes to Part 115 of the Environmental Protection Act that are sitting at the Senate, I believe, right now. And if those pass and are signed by the governor, it's going to create an entirely new kind of regime of how we manage solid waste on a countywide basis. And it could be a fairly large undertaking to rewrite that plan. This is a combination of our general and special funds. I'll highlight a couple of things that you'll notice. If you go to the very top line, we have personnel costs. You see that in 2021, our personnel costs skyrocketed. And of course, that is driven entirely by Berrien Bus, right? That was the temporary work that we had going on there. At the same time, our purchased services and purchased services actually declined quite a bit in our adopted budget. And that's again, because we weren't purchasing transit services. We were paying for them directly with our own employees. That's all going to change moving into 2022. You see our personnel costs have dropped. Our purchased services have increased because we will be buying these services now through EduStaff and RESA. Other than that, there's not any real substantial changes to our proposed consolidated budget. The other thing you'll see is that our appropriations line, which is, you see the 733, and then the 451 drops down to 41. That it's listed as appropriations, but what that really is a transfer to outside agency, okay, or contingency. So what you're seeing there is the CARES Act money in 2020 of 377, and you're seeing all the contingency that we budgeted for Berrien Bus that we ended up not having to use. All right, so we dropped from 451,000 in contingency to about 41,000 is what we're actually using this year. The other changes, you see transfers out and budgeted surplus there. The 215, and maybe I can bring it up here. I don't know. This 215, which is right here. That's the landfill use fund, okay? And we're changing the way that we manage the landfill use fund next year. This is very convoluted, but I want you to understand, because Jill will talk about this in her budget as well, if she hasn't already. I don't know if she was with you yet. All right, what happens is the landfills pay their use fees to us. We take 15% of it and segregate it, and then transfer it back to the local units within which the landfills are located. The other 85% is used for environmental affairs and Jill's recycling programs. And what we've done over the years is transfer that money out to parks. For technical reasons, the auditors told us they didn't want us doing this anymore. So we are still going to be transferring the $40,000 or 15% of landfill use fund back to the local units next year. The other money we're keeping in that fund. It's not a transfer out anymore. We're going to keep it directly in the fund, and Jill will budget through the landfill use fund instead of having environmental affairs take the money by transfer. It's a technical change. It makes the budget look different, but fundamentally, it's all the same money. It's just where it's being reported.
So she'll directly charge to that account?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what you use for the recycling?
Yes, that's all the recycling stuff comes out of that money. And it hovers between the 175 or 160 to 175 a year is basically what we see going into that.
175,000.
Yeah. In terms of our revenues, not a substantial change from one year to the next in our revenues. You'll note the use of fund balance there. I want to be clear that is the prepaid contribution that Cornerstone made to the water taxi program that we're building, okay? We've held that as part of our special fund balance, and we're spending it now. So when you see use of fund balance, that's just money that was already paid to us that we've held back, and we will now be spending moving forward in constructing that project. The other change is the indirect cost or admin fees, the 79, 78, 100, 170. That's the charge, that the indirect cost that we charge to Berrien Bus. This year, we've charged $100,000 to Berrien Bus because of the large amount of management that went into this. Next year, without Buchanan associated with that and without direct personnel oversight, we think the actual costs for Berrien County are gonna be closer to $70,000 in administrative fees. All right, general fund is very simple. There's really no substantial change from one year to the next. You'll see that our personnel costs are projected to go from $493,000 to $513,000. Half of that, $10,000 of that difference, is because we asked for additional per diem allowances in expectation of the solid waste management plan meetings that we'll likely have to have. Okay, so that's what you're seeing is $10,000 is actually inflation from our own existing personnel in our department. The other $10,000 would be additional per diem costs that we anticipate having to pay out. Other than that, no real changes year by year. We came in, I think our guidance was that our non-personnel costs should come in at $7,645, and we came in $30 below, so. Here's our special fund summary, the revenue summary. It's really kind of difficult to see this as a consolidated statement. But what we're talking about is Public Works, our Economic Development Supplemental Services Fund, where our admin fees go, okay? And then all of our grant programs, which run out of a fund called 2445, okay? We're not expecting huge changes in our operations of the special funds next year. We may have a few Public Works projects that will come up, but we will budget those under new funds if they come up. We may have a few grant-funded programs related to housing that we'll be looking at undertaking, but again, those will be separate orgs that we'll create for those. So all you're seeing is just what we have right now, not anticipated new projects for next year because there's some uncertainty associated with that. Additionally, this does not include the authorities, the Brownfield and the Land Bank Authority. You'll see those budgets at the Brownfield and Land Bank meetings, and then they'll be given in your roll-up before this board approves the final budget. I will tell you, advance notice, there's going to be virtually no change in the Brownfield budget and no change in the Land Bank budget, with the one exception that we have accumulated administrative fees in the fund balances of those two authorities, because we haven't charged those authorities for the time associated with managing them. I'm proposing that next year, both Brownfield Authority and the Land Bank Authority pay $20,000 each back to the county general fund for accumulated administrative fees that we haven't drawn over time. We have a $500,000 fund balance in both authorities, so it's certainly affordable, and it's something that we should probably be doing on an ongoing basis.
Dan, just for historical, I remember.
Very good.
Thank you.
I'm proud.
Just for historical purposes, can you tell me how long both of those authorities have been in creation? Do you know off the top of your head?
The Brownfield Authority has been in existence, I believe, since 1999 or 2000. I think that Commissioner Harrison was an original member, I believe.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think it's been 20 or 21 years for the Brownfield Authority. The Land Bank, as I recall, was created in 2008, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
The Land Bank has paid admin fees to the county in the past, but not on a consistent basis. The Brownfield Authority has never paid administrative fees to the county. And the reason is we were trying to hold the money for projects, but now that we're up to a $500,000 fund balance, it's probably appropriate that those authorities pay the county back for the services that we've rendered to them.
And that's what I want to know. When we started the land bank, the county gave us money, and for years we did not pay it back. But we have now, haven't we?
Yes, the Land Bank, both the Land Bank and the Brownfield Authority were given advances
Yes.
for cash flow needs, and both of those advances have been repaid to the county. So there's actually no liabilities that either authority holds now.
And can we say or think that all I can talk about is land bank, I don't know much about Brownfield, that the dollars that are there are dollars that we earned from
Yes.
the sales of?
Through either special tax income or through sale of properties. In the case of the Brownfield Authority, we charge administrative fees to developers for every plan that we administer, and over time, those fees have added up to a substantial amount of money.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions in this area? I don't want you to be through. I want you to continue, but anything else you'll have?
Okay. Well, I thought I'd pull out the one budget that, you know, we've talked about probably more than any of our budgets over the last 2 years, and that's the Berrien bus budget. I think that was maybe 6 weeks ago. I think I gave a presentation to the board on where we were with Berrien bus, both financially and operationally. This is kind of what it looks like year by year, and you can see the budget is kind of all over the place because we've had to shift focus so many times to try to essentially keep the wheels running, so to speak. But you can see, I mean, our personnel costs skyrocketed in 2001 because we were employing directly, and now those personnel costs have dropped back down and being replaced by our purchased services. The contingency that we had budgeted originally for almost $500,000, it looks like we'll probably spend about 40,000 of that through this year. Or we'll probably have about $40,000 remaining by the end of the year, but most of that contingency has been transferred to pay for the new purchased services through the RISA contract. So it kind of balances out in the end. It's just the money has been moved on the expense side from various lines. In terms of our revenues, you know, the large amount of federal funding that's been coming out over the last 2 years has basically put Berrien bus in the black. We added about $40,000 to our fund balance last year. We expect we're probably going to add about 35, 40, maybe even 50,000 this year. And under the budget that we're proposing, we'll add 50,000 next year to the fund balance. I mean, we're making money, and that's because of the substantial increase in federal funds reimbursement that we're getting. We normally get 18% of our costs. We're getting 40% of our costs through the federal government right now. What we're expecting next year, you notice that our costs are dropping from 1.25 million to about 900,000. That is a combination of the transfer of Buchanan Dial-A-Ride to Niles. We're no longer going to be running Buchanan Dial-A-Ride starting October 1st. And that also accounts for a slight reduction in operating hours to about 14,000 operating hours per year, as opposed to maybe 16 is what we've been budgeting. I think that 14,000 hours is probably a little generous. I don't know if we'll get to 14,000 of operating hours, but we're also budgeting about $65 per hour of operation. I think that's a little high too. I think we're actually running at about $61 per hour right now. So, yeah.
I was just going to say, for reference point, what do we typically run operating hours? I know nothing is typical over the last several years, but going back to like 18, 19, what was it? Like
we would be running around 17,000 to 18,000 per year in operating hours. And I think we're going to be a little under 14,000 going into next year. The elimination, there is some good news though. The elimination of Buchanan and the transfer of Niles is not only good for Buchanan and Niles, it's good for us as well, because we're actually running into overtime costs at this point. The dispatchers in particular have been working about 50, 60 hours a week, and we want to bring them back down to 37 hours a week. Getting Buchanan transferred to Niles will help us in that regard. We won't have employee burnout or overtime costs. Additionally, having Buchanan off the books is going to help us focus on what we've talked to this board about repeatedly, which is acquiring new contracts and discussing how we can have community involvement and community participation in public ridership if we're going to continue that wing of the operation. So Evan and I are confident that this is a generous budget. We're not going to go over it, certainly. We'll probably come under it, but keep in mind, when we submit budgets to MDOT, if we ask for too little, and we go over that, we can't go and get more money out of them. So we always have to, there's a game where you're always going to have to over budget a little bit so that you don't hit that ceiling. And the one thing I'll add, and this isn't relevant to the budget, but this Thursday, I'm going to start a resolution working through finance. When we submitted our MDOT budget in February that you approved, we included Buchanan in that because we didn't know what was going to happen with Buchanan. Well, now that Buchanan's going off the books, we have to go and amend that budget with MDOT because it's about $250,000 over budget because Buchanan's gone. So you'll see a resolution starting this week to amend our MDOT application for the federal fiscal year starting next month.
And let me say this, in the meeting, I think about what you asked. One of the areas, is your hand up? You go ahead.
So you said that because of this substantial amount that really is here from federal government, is that covering operating costs?
Yes.
Okay, so how long do you think we have until, I guess, the budget has reached the point where we're not covering 40%, but a much lower percent?
Well, we know for a fact that 2022, we're going to continue to get that 40% reimbursement. It appears that into 2023, we'll still get that increased reimbursement. After that, it's going to go away. However, the infrastructure bills that are floating out in Congress right now would make that increase not permanent, but it would draw it out for another 5 years or so. The short answer is by 2023, we should prepare for the likelihood that we're back to 18% reimbursement. That's what we should budget for in 2023, which is why I think when I addressed the board last time, I said, you know, no decisions have to be made right now regarding Berrien bus, but certainly by the time I stand up here next year, we'll have to have some decisions about where we want this program to go, because we won't be getting this federal large S anymore. We'll have a fund balance well over $350,000 to $400,000 that we can live off for a while. But that's just drawing money out of the bank for operating purposes, which isn't a long-term strategy.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And what I want to say is yesterday we met with Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, and one of his, there may have been 3 or 5, I can't remember, transportation for our communities. And I don't quite know what that means, but I know if something comes up, they send it to you.
Yes.
It's not because you're asking, but because they've made those dollars available.
Yes, there's a variety of, again, we draw off of certain programs. There are other programs that are now getting advanced funding as well. And it's very technical, but the BCAT team has talked about this as well. There's other federal programs that we could be utilizing that we're not right now because we're being drawn in a different direction. But we would like to get into, there's something called the 5310 program that we've talked about. We would like to start moving into that area of federal funding, because it's more in line with what we're traditionally doing anyway.
Yeah, and that's why I wonder if I still think about, there's some money in the state that was not appropriated from Trump administration.
Yeah, they're holding certain funds back right now. I mean, the state is dealing with the same situation the county governments are dealing with right now, which is no one really wants to spend any of this additional funding until they know exactly what's allowable and what the biggest bang for your buck is going to be, you know.
Okay.
Dan?
Yeah.
As some of the board, most of the board knows, I sit on the Solid Waste Consortium.
Right.
For the last 4 years, we have been sending in our recommendations on changes and whatever for Section 115.
Right.
At the last count, I believe we were over 100 different rewrites in the past 4 years. I don't know whether this right is even going to make it out of committee, but it is going to change our solid waste plan because it's more heavily involved in the recycling end.
Exactly. Yeah.
But they've added the composting and everything, and it's I mean, I don't know how that's going to make it out of committee. To be honest with you, by 2022, because it's been 4 years, but regardless of that, there is that particular chance, and we are going to have to plan on that.
What is being proposed, and I don't want to belabor the issue here because I know you have other things to handle today. What's being proposed is changing solid waste management to something they call materials management. So it doesn't deal, in simple terms, it's not just a plan on where the trash goes. We're going to have a plan on where all refuse goes. Composting plans, recycling plans, reuse plans. And it would create, I mean, the counties are going to have a much more robust responsibility in managing this. And it's not, so I do want to warn you, it's not just a 1-year planning process. If this happens, we will be permanently involved in this. So, sorry.
And my point is to that, right now we have Jill Adams, who is basically taking care of the recycling.
Right.
She was doing that before. She is a board member now and a voting member of the consortium, along with me for Berrien. And now that she's the parks director, I don't know where that solid waste plan is going to end up, because it could possibly mean that we're going to have more staff on the county level on the monitoring and everything of these.
It's very possible.
Yeah.
And what we would do, I mean, Jill and I have discussed this over the last year, what we would propose doing is changing the land use tipping fee program to allow for revenues for staff to provide the oversight that the law is going to require.
Correct, because this is gonna involve, like you said, it's not just a solid waste anymore. It goes into something else and then you're gonna have to monitor and regulate composting and everything. I mean, it's gonna cost a lot of money.
It is, it's big
Yeah.
business, yeah.
I just wanna let you know. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
New economic development for 22, what do we, any plans, capital projects, anything new coming?
Well, some speculative projects too, that I've had meetings on as recently as a week ago. I publicly am not at liberty to disclose the nature of those projects. They would be brownfield projects done in conjunction with the land bank. If they happen, they would be considerable projects, large projects. Some smaller things that we're working on, I'll be talking to the board on Thursday about the St. Joe River and the harbor and some changes that we're proposing to assist with 3 communities on harbor maintenance going into next year. One of the things, and I know you and I have talked about this in the past, one of the things that I am proposing in our budget for 2022, we normally make a $20,000 payment to Cornerstone, just to check that we right? I'm not proposing that in the 2022 budget. I think I informed everyone last year that I wanted to see one more year of this, payment to Cornerstone. But what I prefer to do is hold that money back in fund balance. And if Cornerstone and our partners are involved in an actual project that they need contributions to, that we make that money available down the road for an actual project rather than just an operational contribution that we're making. So long answer, but the short answer is we have a couple projects we're looking at that could be quite substantial, but we oftentimes don't know at this time of the year what's going to come up. I mean, Public Works is a good example of that. We've gone in years where we had nothing and then suddenly we had $20 million of Public Works activity. That's possible if this infrastructure bill passes, that we'll get some projects that direction too.
Members of the board, you're 8 minutes behind schedule, so.
I'm out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dan.
Please send the next person in for me, Dan.
No, it's not a fault, it's all right.
No, it is his fault.
We're here. Where are we going? Good morning.
Hey, Jim,
Welcome.
it's been a lovely 4 years. Solid Waste Consortium. That's exactly what it is. 7 counties.
Hey, Ben. Dan's FTE count, what is it? 5.
What did you just ask?
She asked the number of employees that community development has.
Okay.
It's 5.
The FTE?
It's early.
It's day 2.
That's something you want to know from me?
Yes,
Yeah, 'cause
she's asked for each department.
Okay.
It works.
Perfect, all right, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And you have someone.
This is Jen Priest, she is our business manager, so, sorry, we haven't been to a commission meeting.
I have
Thank you.
not. Nice to see all of you.
Jen joined the department in March, so has been with us over the summer. And who gets most of the credit for doing all the behind the scenes budget work? All right. Are you ready?
Oh, no, I didn't.
There you go. Now you're ready. Thanks.
We're good? Okay. So just to start looking at our health department budget at this time. So looking at the purpose statement, just a reminder, this is the mission of the Berrien County Health Department to serve residents of Berrien County by preventing disease, protecting health, and promoting an optimal quality of life for all. When we look at opportunities for the health department for the upcoming year, really those opportunities are continuing to foster and establish partnerships and connections for the fulfillment of the department's mission and duties, really being able to wrap around policy development and assurance, some of the partnerships that the health department was really able to build over the last 18 months with COVID-19. There is a lot of opportunity to continue those partnerships. The Center for Better Health being one of those, having that extended arm. Also deepening relationships with our senior centers. That has been a really unique and growing partnership for the health department, as well as our faith-based community. So really being able to continue to harness those untraditional partners to expand the work of local public health. Other opportunities is enhancing and building more equitable access to department resources, services across Berrien County. So what that looks like is really focusing on some of our office areas and service areas outside of even our larger Benton Harbor office. So really enhancing our Niles office building. There are services right now that we are unable to provide there just to space constraints and other limitations of that space. So potential for enhancing that office space, being able to do some greater South County outreach. Similarly, in Harbor Country, continuing to look at what our presence is in that area to be able to have expanded service offerings, days, times, and types for our Harbor Country area. And then another area of that we have opportunity for is the health department has opportunity to purchase a mobile health unit specifically to start with COVID-19 vaccination support. There could be opportunity, of course, to expand that into other future areas. Again, being able to get into some of our community areas as a geographically spread out area, really being able to have widespread service delivery. And then finally, identifying and building efficiencies for required and mandated services. What this looks like is continuing to embrace new technology, being able to streamline and make efficient workflows in the department, document management systems. A really unique area we would like to do this is in our environmental health areas, being able to have better electronic records opposed to paper files will enhance resident ability to search records, access those records, really being able to work through that. Data sharing, the health department has learned a lot in the last year about how that works with our schools and other community partners. So having those technological platforms. And then looking at the health department's website capacities and being able to have more online services. So opposed to always having to come in person, being able to pay for different permits, whether that be well septic permits online, interacting with our office in that online way as well. So then looking at what are the risks and issues for the upcoming year. Large one, of course, is there is uncertainty and an unknown timeline still for the COVID-19 pandemic response. Continuing to monitor that, looking at will there be a new variant? Of course, there will be still ongoing case investigation and contact tracing. So identifying what that's going to look like, we just don't have all of those answers right now. So I think it's worth kind of having there in our mind. And then the other is recruitment and retention of department personnel. Really looking at, one, how are we recruiting? How are we bringing people into the department, filling vacancies? And the larger one really in that is retention, really combating staff burnout, fatigue, and just capacity constraints. As we have had vacancies, we know that work doesn't go away. It usually bleeds on to the people around, making sure that we're being conscious of that, supporting our current so that we actually contain that community knowledge, contain that expertise, and don't have that turnover where we're losing that expertise and knowledge.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Asking is how many full-time employees do you have?
Head count.
79.
Full-time?
86 in the budget.
Okay, are they all full-time though? I think 86 is our head count.
Yeah.
Okay. 86.
A question on that, Madam Chair.
Yes.
How many of those 86 are grant funded, or are there grant funded employees, whether full-time or part-time, are they part of that 86 or they're addition to that 86?
So that's a complicated question because much of the funding that comes to the health department is grant dollars. In a technical term, majority of it is grant dollars. To answer that question, I guess to maybe get into what is that grant funding that is less known from a long-term perspective, 8 of that number are tied to COVID-19 dollars. So that is probably our funding for grants that we know we have for fiscal year 22. We don't know if we have that for fiscal year 23. The rest of the funding we have, while they are grants, are 3 to 5 year repetitive grant cycles that we get from state and federal dollars or private foundations. Does that help a little bit?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Continue.
All right. So this is the overall budget for the proposed 2022 fiscal year. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns in is what we have projected for 2021. We've also put what the approved budget is in there and then the projected, so where we believe we should end at the end of this year. And then the 2022 proposed budget is based on knowledge of incoming funding from state, federal, and grants, as well as, of course, the requested county allocation in there. So you'll notice the differences if we do year over year that are proposed. The proposed health department's 2022 budget is about $500,000 more in personnel costs. One thing to note in that number is we have, of course, made the assumptions that that is a fully staffed department with benefits. We need to have fully staffed, but oftentimes there are vacancies, but we have based that on fully staffed, so filling our vacancies here at the end of the year. And that no other funding is gained. The way the health department budget works, there are additional state and federal dollars that will come into this, so some of that will be offset as the year goes. When you look at the 2021 budget that was approved, that budget does not include the COVID-19 staff, that the staff positions that were created by the Board of Commission last year. Those were created about the time the budget process was happening, so they were not actually captured in those numbers. We have, of course, included those in the projected. So that $500,000 are those 8 COVID positions and how those impact the budget. We do have the grant dollars for that. You did actually create 9 COVID-19 positions when we asked for that last year. The health department has determined we can support those functions with the 8. And so again, trying to be really conscious of, as we've had natural attrition, not creating roles where that could potentially lead to layoffs or other things. We have eliminated that 1 from the budget. So otherwise, that is really your headcount difference year over year, is those COVID-19 positions. And then we'll go over the health department fund balance in the next slide, but you can see per the budget guidance, our county appropriation request is flat from year 21 to 22. That has resulted in a requested use of the health department fund balance at that $1.3 million. So to dig into that a little bit deeper, this is the health department fund balance, just to look at how that has accrued over the past couple years. The top column, so you can see we are projecting that the health department will begin the 2022 year with that $1.8 million number. The budget proposed for the health department will use 1.3, and then projecting to continue to have a balance about $500,000. Again, with funding we know has some different balance times throughout the year that we are projecting will come into the department. This could be offset more, and this is with the assumptions of fully staffed and all staff receiving full benefits.
I would like to ask, I've been here a long time. I remember there was a time when the health department had so much fund balance, we had you all spending it. Help me in that, rather than it just sitting there. I think there's an amount that the county gives to the health department. Is it a set amount each year, or is it on here where you ask for it?
Yeah, so on this slide, it is in the source, I'm sorry, it's not, it's the indirect costs. hold on.
It's
I think I went to the wrong
county
slide.
county appropriations model.
Yes. Is
Thank
there?
you. Yeah, in the source of funds right here, the last white column, the county appropriation, does this have a pointer on it?
Yeah, there's a laser.
Oh, there we go, okay.
Where?
This number right
Oh.
here.
Good.
And so you can see the approved amount for fiscal year 2021 was this 2.3.
Uh-huh.
That is the same requested amount here.
Okay.
That is different than the health department fund balance. So this is overages from grants and other things that have been put into fund balance every year. Not county fund balance, but health department fund balance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to know. Because like with the road department, there's a certain amount that the county puts in each year. And I was wondering if it was set or it is what you all need to balance.
The county appropriation is what we need to balance. I do not believe that the county puts any set amount into the health department fund balance every year. That is from other funds. To your point, Amy, I mean, there is a balance of you want to have that fund balance, but just to be sitting on large amounts of money is also not prudent. There are services and offerings for community residents that are needed. So there's a balance of having enough in there, but not sitting upon money.
Thank you. Continue.
Can I ask a question? Why would we not then do a less appropriation? Or is those amounts required for the grant matches?
From the county appropriation?
Correct.
So some of this is for maintenance of effort. And I don't know if Jen, you want to, yeah. So there is some where it helps make the budget whole. So that is what is needed to support staff positions, to support required mandated public health services. There is also, per the state agreement, the local public health, the comprehensive agreement, the state does require counties to have a certain amount of money match the county, the state and federal dollars that come in. It's called maintenance of effort. There is a calculation behind that. And that is required per the comprehensive agreement for that state and federal funding.
Other questions? Continue.
I have a question.
Sure. Yes.
My question revolves more around what happens in 2023. Because when you flip to the next slide, you now have gone through $1.4 million of your fund balance in 2022. You're down to $493,000. What happens then?
Yeah, so.
You can't continue to spend at that pace unless there's some other.
Agreed. So two things I'll say to that, and then Jen, if you want to add in, please do. One thing to know is from fiscal year 21 to 22, in fiscal year 21, we received about the health department received about $2.5 million of funding from the state for COVID-19 response. In fiscal year 22, the health department is slated to receive $1.5 million. So there is $1 million difference in that, but the health department is still maintaining the 8 positions to do the COVID-19 response work that is at hand. So that, I would say, is not projected to be a need in fiscal year 23. We will not need all 8 of those positions. That will not be the case at that time. We are really trying to work at the health department to make sure through natural attrition we can lose those positions, but we will continue to watch that. So that's one big piece of it. The other is, this is built on the assumption, and I'm not saying we want to have vacancies, but that everything's full all year. We do have a trend at the health department to actually use much less of the projected fund balance and to add to it, which I still know is a trend, and we want to be careful we don't deplete that, but we do have a trend that we actually add to it. We do not take from it. Jen, anything else you would want to add there?
Yeah, the only thing I think is important to understand is we're uncertain at this time if we're going to get any more funding through the comprehensive agreement for the COVID dollars. So we are staffed in order to
accommodate the unknown right now. And if we see that that's getting better, of course, we would let the attrition go out, not backfill the positions, and then also.
Commissioner Volrath, we need to hear this young lady.
And anticipating that there could be additional funding as well. I think that's one of the things that we seen last year, was there was a lot of funding that came in at periodic times. So they really don't, they gave us a general idea, but we're getting the indication that there's potentially additional funding that's gonna be coming through the state meetings.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question. Of the 8 positions in this projected budget, how many of those 8 for 2022 that were COVID related are going to continue through the fiscal year of 2022? Or is it somewheres in between in fiscal year 2022, let's say in August or September, that those positions will then sunset because we do not have that particular grant funding? And the reason I'm asking that is because of what Doug has said and what your business manager has just said, that you're basing a lot of these personnel costs and that on these 8 on what you say are projected for the next fiscal year or the next grant program. If they, and what I'm trying to say is, if they come out with a new COVID relief package and it does not include the monies for these particular 8, but for other things, then what ends up happening to your budget with these 8 that are there? I mean, we don't know. And but I've been here for 5th year now, and I've seen where we've hired people on grants, and then when the grants sunset, they automatically end up somehow becoming full-time employees on the county's general fund. And I think that's what, Doug, is that what you were saying? Since we don't have anything yet on that, how are we going to handle that?
My concern, if I can, is that going forward into 2023, you've got the ability to do what she's talking about in 2022 based on what they're budgeting. But the question is, in 2023, what happens? How do we react? How do we adjust?
Right.
So that doesn't become an issue a year from now. So we're sitting here having this conversation.
Absolutely. So I can't speak to grant program staff then becoming just upsurfed as full-time positions. As far as at least my time with the health department, that has not been the case. If a grant has gone away, we have had to sometimes lose that staff member. We have been fairly lucky that the grant dollars we get from the state and federal over at least the last 4 years or so have been stable, and that is good. I do project that we will see some amount of COVID dollars in fiscal year 23 as well, from indication we've had with the state. I do believe it will continue to step down. We had 2.5 million last year. We're projecting to get the 1.5 this year. To Jen's point, we have received some communication that could increase over the next couple of months as well. But those staff, there would be the same process we do when any position we're doing with all of our positions every year, identifying what is the community need. That is the mission of the health department, to serve the community. Is there a staff need for that? And then would be having that conversation with you. No staff would just be put on county dollars to stick around. I mean, the positions we have are very purposeful to support the needed work for COVID-19 response, whether that be supporting our school system, doing case investigation, contact tracing, outbreak response at our SNFs and other congregate living centers. That type of work will change, and we'll work with that staff to make those adjustments. We don't ever want to lose staff. We do have vacancies in the department over the year, and that has already happened this year. Staff have moved into those roles. So again, not moving on county dollars, but moving to a different program supported by those state and federal dollars in there. Others, we have been incredibly clear when we have hired these positions that this is grant funding based on COVID-19 response, and have created the expectation that if this funding changes or the work changes and the pandemic comes to a place where we no longer need these positions, that conversation would be had with those staff. So we have been incredibly transparent and clear with every staff hire of what is the nature of these positions.
Commissioner Scott.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Do we have any programs currently where we get state or federal dollars for flu treatment or smallpox or any other communicable diseases from the state or federal government?
So that would all come through our comprehensive agreement for essential local public health services. That is what our public health nurse team does on an ongoing basis. That is that team's, I guess, if you will, bread and butter of work, doing disease surveillance, supporting our immunization clinic where flu shots and childhood IMS would be providing out. That is primarily the support dollars we get for essential local public health services through that comprehensive agreement, and supports primarily our public health nursing team.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Commissioner Kern.
It just sounds like it's a change in philosophy from the previous director. Because I know I was one, and there's a couple of other commissioners sitting here, that every time we hired one of those contact tracers, we made sure in their contract that it said when the funding runs out, they run out of a job. And I heard you just say you're going to try to absorb those people through attrition. As people leave, you're going to keep them. You're shaking your head no. What?
So that's still the plan, if that money, but what I'm saying is we frequently have empty positions, vacant positions at the health department. If those staff are qualified and apply for those roles, we would certainly consider them in the hiring process. So we would not just move someone over. They would have to meet the qualifications, have to have interest and apply and be successful in the hiring process. But that could be one way that staff member, instead of being laid off or losing their job, could continue to work with the county. This is not an automatic. That is just a possibility. And when a staff leaves, either A, because they've taken a different job in the county or the health department for that matter, or outside of the county, we've had staff just get jobs other places. It is always the practice of the health department to assess that role, to understand what is the need, do we need to rehire? And we will do that very, very carefully with every COVID position over the next 12 months.
Okay, but I think the question going into 2023, the answer should be, if the funding runs out, those people lose their job. That was the agreement. And that's what we agreed on when we accepted the grant dollars.
We're not countering that.
You know, I understand your point, but I think the answer is easy. They're gone, it's out of a job. Because they are tied to that funding. Once the funding is gone, their position is gone. Because we made sure that the agreement between the employee and the county health department included that language.
Yeah, Commissioner Craig, we're on the same page.
When this grant runs out, you're out of a job.
We're on the same page. We're not different on that at all.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
Yes, Commissioner.
if I could offer an example of what we're talking about here. I know of someone who got a job through the county health department as a contract tracer. And then there was an opening that appeared within the health department that she did apply for, along with other candidates, and she did get that job. So that's kind of an example of, if that funding runs out, there's opportunity for that person to compete for another position within the county health department.
Yes, Commissioner.
Well,
Yes.
no, it's a good point what he just said. What happens to that contract tracer position then? Is that then gone, or do you fill that because you still have?
That is the ongoing assessment process that I was referring to. So if that becomes vacant this year, when that time comes, right now, they're actually all full. So if that comes, we're going to look across, okay, what are our case investigation and contact tracing needs? Can we do without this position and not jeopardize other funding, other programs? If the answer is yes, we will hold on filling that because we know we have finite time with that budget. If the answer is no, we actually need that position or we're going to jeopardize other programs, other funding being used, we will post and hire, and we will have a conversation with that new hiree saying, we only have confirmed funding for this position for the next 6 months. Let's say that's the timeline we're on. At that time, if no further funding is awarded, this position will cease to exist, and we will be incredibly clear with that, absolutely.
Quick follow, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Who do you discuss that with, your parent committee or the public health board?
I mean,
Your strategy on doing that?
I would say both, but PHSC would be our parent committee.
So, I mean, we've had this conversation multiple times at the Board of Commissioners. We've had the same conversation at the Health Board and at PHSC, that if indeed an individual is a grant-funded position, the grant goes away, the person goes away. Nothing I've heard from Courtney or when Nikki was in the position has changed that approach. This is very, very consistent. What I think the contact tracer positions are considered foot in the door. I want to get a job at the county because it's a good place to work. And so I think it's very natural, very expected that some of these people will come in on a grant-funded position, and then the first time they can see a budgeted year-over-year position, they're going to bid on it and try and get in. That's a benefit to the county, in my opinion, because they understand what it's like to work for the county or to work for the health department. I mean, we see some of the other staff here at the county moving between departments.
Yeah.
I think this is really, really normal types of things. And as positions become available or grant funding goes away, I mean, the people are gone. I mean, that's been very consistent over time.
Yeah.
It's been discussed here at the board, at the health board, and at PHSC. So I don't see any change in approach.
Right.
Yes, Commissioner Scott.
And just piggybacking on what you're saying, that draws another question to my mind, is you have somebody that is working right now full-time in a grant-funded position, okay? When they decide, if they decide that there's an opening elsewhere in the health department and they apply for that, then are they, because it was a grant-funded position, not paid by the county, but through the grant, through their time that they've been there, let's say it's a year and a half, are they getting credit for being a county employee for that year and a half? Or do they start out as a new county employee hire? Because right now, they're really not, they're through a grant funding program, so.
Their years of service continues. These are full-time positions for the county. I think the confusion of grant funding, county general dollars, that's just the mechanism that is supporting or paying for the role. They are county staff. The only instance where that would maybe be true is if we had a temporary supplemental staff member who is not accruing those county times. They move into a permanent full-time or part-time role, then that is when their county years of service begins to go. So if someone is all of those COVID positions are county benefit eligible positions.
Thank you.
Other question, are we out of time? Oh, you wrote me a note already?
We're behind schedule, but that's okay. It's your meeting.
Yeah. Commissioner Freeland, yeah, we got a chance to.
Thank you very much. I'll make this as quick as possible. This is to Doug. I just need you to recap for me. What are the dollars being asked from general fund?
On her first slide, it was $2.349 million.
Okay. And then special funds are an additional.
The health department is asking for $2.349 million
From general.
from the general fund.
Thank you.
And that is similar to what we asked for in 2019, 2020, and same as 2021.
Absolutely. My question is either to you or to Ben, if you have this. I know Commissioner Scott or Commissioner Yarbrough asked the question of FTEs, distinguishing between general fund usage and grant fund usage. Do we have that breakdown, Ben?
So don't you guys use the direct cost to cover some of the personnel?
Yeah, it's across the whole board. You can't really differentiate in that way.
If it's in the health department,
thank you.
The grants will help fund the basic center and vice versa. So within the health department, it's all special funds, but we don't really have a way to distinguish.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in that other book. Is there another stack? And that's what sometimes people talk about the health department always getting grants, but that is the mechanism to fund it.
Right, even, I mean, we consider our state and federal funding grants, so, I mean, it's state and federal funding.
Yes, and you don't know what's coming each year. There are other things that you don't know about.
Correct.
Or you know it's going away.
And there are some private foundation and funders as in there as well. Those don't make up the bulk, but we do try to apply for foundation grants as well. Okay, I can do my last slide, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you.
So this is our capital projects and requests. The first one will look familiar. So we do want to focus on really enhancing the Niles Clinic. So being able to provide more of our services in that Niles area. The health department is able to provide many things there, but the exam rooms are very small. The exam tables are quite antiquated, so being able to actually do all of the services that are offered would be really great there. We also offer WIC services, so being able to have the space to have families into that office would be needed. So that is the first. The other is continuing just building enhancements. If you have been to our Niles office, there is not actually a health department sign outside that office. So would love to make sure the community is aware of where that entrance is. The other things, if possible, there are many community members who use Dial-A-Ride or public transport to come into our buildings. So having an awning or something to keep some of the elements at bay, that is one of those things there. The next is the purchase of a mobile health unit. This is a request to use COVID-19 vaccination funds to purchase a mobile health unit. Again, for the health department to continue to provide vaccines out in the community, be it community events, that is an allowable expense per that budget in fiscal year 2022. So those funds would come from that COVID-19 immunization funding from the state. The other identified spending many hours in our parking lot over the last year, the health department Benton Harbor office parking lot. We have proposed that as an improvement. It is quite crumbly and a little spongy in areas as well. So with many families coming into the health department, just again, thinking of that safety for folks walking across that parking lot. And then finally, I think we've all kind of learned about the importance of connected meetings and better public access to those meetings. The health department would like to enhance the Polycom system in the boardroom so that Board of Health meetings, sewage appeal meetings, those other public meetings we have similar to this could be better streamed to YouTube. We don't have those means right now to really do that in a good way. And again, make our meetings more accessible to the public.
Question, Courtney.
Yes.
Mobile health unit, do you have one now?
We do not.
You do not.
The health department does not. The health
Might have one coming up.
So the health, yeah, that used to belong to the health department.
That's where,
I don't think that would safely move where needed at this point.
okay.
It's not really mobile.
Yeah.
It's not mobile.
The 100 revised record most.
Go ahead.
Just a comment on the mobile health unit, I'd just like the other board members to remember that we did approve and purchased canopy tents. We also purchased a trailer and we purchased a truck for the health department to do these mobile vaccine clinics. So I don't understand the necessity for that because we've already purchased things just this past year that we've already got.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. In the absence of the chair, she asked me to continue, so Julie, go ahead. That's why I'm doing it.
I'm okay with you telling me it's okay.
Okay, go right ahead.
But the last item for the boardroom, IT had numerous dollars yesterday. Is it an overlap or is it the same?
I think we have a little bit of an overlap.
Is there? Oh, okay.
And then could, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Chair, Assistant Chair, I'd like to speak in favor of the clinic renovations down there. It's embarrassingly bad. I mean, you can't open the door to get in and it's just so ill-suited towards a professional medical clinic that it does need some attention.
That's the South County building?
South County.
It's that bad?
It's really.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's pretty substandard.
Okay. Did you know that?
Yeah, so this is going to be a similar conversation to Empire, which is South County building is showing some age. The court operation has been well maintained. The opposite side or the original footprint of the building is dated. There are a variety of very, very small offices that were built. Those have been vacant now for well over a year. I think there's 5 or possibly 6 of those. Through the capital plan review, we'll be recommending that those likely be eliminated and the space be reworked to just make it more practical. That space could absolutely be used as an additional conference room. That space could be used as an alternate EOC 911 operations center. And then while that work's occurring, improving access to the health staff at the Niles campus would make a ton of sense. It's not well marked. It's not easily accessible, and there really isn't great flow through the building.
So is it safe to say that at some point in time, when we're done with the budget hearings, we're going to be talking about, we're going to have another workshop or some kind of session where we can discuss the facilities to match with our budget? Okay.
Yeah, and just as food for thought, again, with the decentralization of your capital planning, with the decentralization of some of your building and maintenance upkeep, my hope is that as we move forward, we can have more of a centralized approach so that as you look at paving parking lots, fixing doors, fixing roofs, that you're looking at all of your buildings and not just on a department by department basis. That's the direction that I'll be pushing you all to move towards.
And I know I'm over. I want to address Commissioner Scott's question. And then also for the capital request that we did, that is one on the general and special revenues fund slide, the capital outlay, including projects. You'll see that's about $400,000 over from what we budgeted in fiscal year 2021. That is also what is leading the health department to ask to use some of the health department fund balance to actually cover those projects. So that is included in that overall picture with those capital projects. And that is why there is that increased request to use some of the health department fund balance as well. And Commissioner Scott, you are correct. The health department did purchase a number of tents and supplies to do off-site clinics for COVID-19. Those supplies have been wonderful. They have been well used and loved. We have put those tents up many times. Those would continue to be used for clinics in spaces that are appropriate. What the mobile unit would allow us to do is to, one, get into tighter community spaces, just being able to quickly pop up, have a little less setup time, and would be more weather friendly. So the tents work really well for us if it's not really windy or if it's not sleeting rain. We've been out in them. But from just a staff perspective time, you can send 2 or 3 nurses out with a mobile unit and do a significant amount of work compared to, the 10 hands it takes to pop the tent, get all of that set up. So both would still be utilized. weather and event appropriate, but this would allow us to sustain those activities in winter, in poor weather, and in just, you know, a couple hours of a day going out and taking care of needs for community residents.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you. Any other questions? It's over. It's over.
I got a question.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Do public questions.
Maybe you could ask for me.
I will.
I was just wondering why there's no lifestyle change, no lifestyle contingencies or plans. It's all just vaccinations
I'll find out.
and forced masking your children against their will.
I'll find out.
The sheriff is
Thank
ready
you.
for Amy to go next.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. Seth Bailey.
Thank you.
You're up.
I'll be back.
Really good.
Yeah,
So this is great.
sorry, I got a little rowdy there.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. And this is a mess.
Are you giving hugs right now? Are you giving hugs right now? Yeah. We missed you.
Okay.
Yeah, how have you been?
I got this quick. Sherry, you're welcome. You're gonna wanna be behind.
Good.
Everybody have
That's
fun.
great.
Okay, so the sheriff's ready.
Members of the board, we are now 22 minutes behind schedule. I'm going to ask the sheriff to get moving. Then I'm going to work on adjusting some of the next presenters.
We'll try and be quick to get you back on schedule. How about that?
And what I said is.
Just give us what we asked for.
Tell us all that you need to know.
That's right.
And Seth Bailey, if you would introduce your.
Oh.
I can make a suggestion to the sheriff and the undersheriff, just had Sherry up there.
Well, that's gonna happen.
Quiet. She could
That's gonna happen.
in a heartbeat.
Yes. Yeah.
Just saying.
No, that's okay.
Okay,
Are you ready?
give us a second, for our people to get to their seats. Are you able to hear?
Sherry, do you have your letter open with you today?
No, I do not. Oh, forgot that.
Thought it was just a finance thing. You couldn't get rid of that.
No.
You know the sheriff.
Yeah.
If we'll be very, very quiet as we get our coffee and all, and Sheriff, would you begin?
I'm just waiting for them to get back to this.
We'll be very quiet, and if you'll start.
Want me to start?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you, commissioners. This will be my 21st year giving you a budget. So I think we did a great job putting it together to try to meet the guidelines. Of course, we couldn't meet all of them because we still have to provide protections for the citizens of Berrien County, and we've explained that in our presentation to you. One big difference is secondary road patrol. You've been subsidizing that for many years. So we're taking, we have 2 deputies assigned there. We're taking 1 deputy out of the secondary road patrol, and they're going into the general fund. So there'll be a few dollars additional that will come out of the general fund to keep that deputy out there doing what he or she needs to do. But you were already almost supplementing that second deputy with full pay. And the reason why is because of COVID and because of other things, less police officers in the state of Michigan. The tickets are down. So that secondary road patrol, $10 out of every ticket goes into a fund at the state of Michigan. And then each county can apply for money to have secondary road deputies. That means deputies to work accidents on the secondary road and do traffic enforcement. Way back when the program started back in '78, it funded 8 full-time deputies. Okay, so from '78 to now, the funding is going to cut it down to 1 deputy, but we're asking for that second deputy so our numbers don't go down, be funded totally out of the general fund. And with that, my undersheriff Chuck Heitz here, and my business manager Sherry Vance is here. And they are going to go over as much detail as you want in that budget. And I'm going to turn it over to them, and then I'll pipe in if they leave something out. Okay? All right, so
Chuck, good morning. So I think everybody knows Sherry, we stole Sherry from Financial Services. One of the best things we did. So when we look at this budget, all the, as Courtney had said before, all of the heavy lifting and putting this together, Sherry is the business manager, so I'll let her kind of interject as we go through this. As the sheriff mentioned, I guess the only thing I'd add to that is the county has always done appropriations, secondary road patrol. The difference in changing the status to general fund is there's a lot of requirements for that deputy, what they can and can't do based on that grant funding. You've heard a lot about grant funding before, but what that does is allow us to use that in a general patrol position because the county's paying for it already. So it didn't make sense to keep it under that, and the county was already doing an appropriation. So it's just a change from that special, the secondary road patrol, which the county was putting money into. So you see the three of us here, and let me see if this, okay. So not a big difference. Obviously, our mission statement is there to enforce the laws of the state, safeguard life and property. I'll let you read that. Obviously, our opportunities are continue to serve the residents and visitors of Berrien County and providing law enforcement services. That is still what we try and do on a daily basis. Very proud of the men and women that work for the sheriff's office to provide those services day in and day out. So continue to look at funding opportunities through our emergency management. That's probably one of the grant opportunities we get. And if we've had before some COVID funding, we don't get a lot of it to us, but I know as the county gets it, we'll look at opportunities to do that, and then other public safety grants that exist. So our risk and issues, we would have liked to said that we were done with COVID, but we know that hasn't happened yet. So we're still dealing with some of the unprecedented times, obviously with the jail and that, working through those issues. And then obviously social issues. What I would say is we are very blessed in Berrien County. The support we have compared to other places across the country when it comes to police work and law enforcement is exceptional. One from the commissioners and two from the public every day that we get that. So I was at a training recently and heard a presentation from a captain of Seattle. My hat's off to them, what they go through on a regular basis. And I'm just very thankful that we're in Berrien County. So I'll leave it at that. Sherry, anything? Okay. So as we look at the budget, the first slide was the general and special funds together. So this is the overall general fund and special funds. As you'll notice, personnel costs, we have never really been able to meet the guidance that's always there. And you notice that's kind of if you look at 19 to 20, 21, 22, that's kind of a standard increase. That's based on, we have two large contracts that we deal with for personnel costs, raises. Those were negotiated and bargained with the county. So when it comes to personnel costs, the only way we can reduce that is to reduce personnel, and we're obviously not suggesting that at this time. But that is where you see in the red, the 791. That is strictly personnel costs that we've worked through with Ben and the roster and what those costs are, what those projected costs are for benefits and everything else. Material supplies, it's a very small increase in there, but there are some things we are seeing, and we'll get into a little detail on the jail side of that. This is still combined. But some of the materials that we use, costs have gone up with COVID supply chain issues. Some of that's gone up. So where it's green, we kind of did what we were supposed to, and where it's red. So the biggest one, personnel, and if you go down to transfers out, those are numbers we get from financial services that are in there that we don't really have a lot of control over. And like I said, the only way to control the personnel costs will be to reduce the number of FTEs we have. And I know that's been asked before. I heard from some others how many FTEs, and Ben, I think we're at 180.
Yeah, you're at 162.
162. So I know I heard that question asked before, and I asked Ben for help on that one. So 162 is our FTE equivalent. Any questions? We will get into specific ones. This is the general and special fund together. Next slide, this is just the general fund. So when you look at general fund, that's sheriff's office patrol, the jail, all of our general fund items. So again, for the personnel cost of that was the 89,000. Materials and supplies, we've got a slide in a little bit to say where a lot of that is going. Purchase services, that's some of our legal. Right now with not having corporate counsel, we're using outside legal service for both our labor and our other services that we need. And then everybody else is in green for that.
But again, personnel cost is gonna be the one that drives it the most. And we do have a slide that'll get into materials. Any questions? So at the very bottom, you'll see we didn't meet it by 146. Yes, Commissioner Freeland.
The question that I've also been, oh, thank you. Man, I am terrible with this microphone. The question that I've been asking is regarding to the FTEs, but I've also been asking what openings. So you've stated 162. How many of those positions are vacant that are being held open right now?
Right, so obviously, as you heard before, the budget is based on a projection that all those are full.
Correct.
Right now, we have two.
Two that are open?
One on, well, for transferring. So
Yeah.
one in the road, one on the jail that.
Okay.
We got people that are going through the process right now. They're doing their psych test and I'll be offering full-time positions within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
So one of the open.
Then it'll be totally filled up.
Just a reminder too, one of the, where we say one's gonna transfer, each year, and we're very appreciative of this, we have a deputy in the jail that's in the police academy right now that will then go on the road. That's a great opportunity for us to reward those that are doing a fantastic job that wanna make that change. And that's been supported each year in the budget to send one person to the academy. So that's where, that'll change from a jail to enforcement once he graduates.
And we need to do those things. There's nobody out there. Kalamazoo County has 26 openings right now. Kalamazoo Valley used to run 40 to 50 people through each academy. The last 3 have been 13. So people do not want to get into law enforcement anymore. So our numbers are down. So I'll be asking to send another one from the jail in January, because we have in the next year and a half, I have like 7 to 8 people retiring. And right now for the road enforcement, we have a couple of applications is all. And we're not the only one. The local departments, all the sheriff's office, the state police have, a bunch of openings, just because right now it's not very popular to get into law enforcement. And I worry about what's going to be in the future if we continue to have this, how we're going to fill some of these vacancies.
As a follow-up to the sheriff's statement, he and I have been talking about this for the last few weeks, but I anticipate over the next 5 years, what this county and other counties are likely to see is, as smaller to mid-sized communities are facing that same struggle to hire, I anticipate that you're going to see a wave of contract proposals where the local units are trying to contract with the sheriff's office to seek law enforcement. But I can tell you, I talked with some of the city managers across this county, and for small to medium-sized departments, they cannot offer the rate of pay, they cannot offer the same benefits, specifically pension and health benefits. And what's happening is there are growing gaps in coverage. And we've seen that across the county, we're seeing it across the state. And the contracts that we are currently carrying, I think that you all will likely see a movement by some of the communities within your districts seeking similar contracts.
And we're already covering a lot of hours in Three Oaks and Chickamee because they're short and they can't cover 24 hours anymore. So we are picking up additional calls in those areas. So and we work hand in hand with the Michigan State Police. Okay, we pull. We're all in this together. When a call comes out, we pull. Where's the county car? Where's the state car in the unincorporated areas? Because we want to get a car there as fast as we can to service the public. So we are working hand in hand to cover those areas. But with things going on throughout the state, sometimes a lot of troopers are pulled in other areas if there's an issue, and then they don't have the numbers that are out there because they have to go cover up in another county because they're asking for additional help. Just like the state police here, I think they have 12 troopers that have been pulled from all over the state that are covering Benton Harbor right now with these extra patrols that can't work in the areas that they're assigned to. And some of those people are that are working Benton Harbor from this post, which means they can't cover the rest of the county because they're assigned there. So we're doing all those things, and Benton Harbor isn't the only city that's asking for help from the state police.
So one thing I will say about staffing, we are very fortunate. When you would look at the numbers compared to some other, we talked to our county counterparts elsewhere. We have kept our standards just where they're at. We're just not getting the number of applicants. So we've been on film, but the concern, as the sheriff said, is we're just not getting the numbers we used to be able to choose from. We're still getting quality people. Just the concern is as we go forward, what is that trend going to continue to be? Any questions on general fund? Special fund revenues, this is all of the special funds. This will include all the contracts we have, DHHS, everything is involved in this number. So again, when you see personnel costs, that's an increase in there and the transfers out. So very similar to what you saw on the first slide, the two numbers that are in the red. I always like to say, Doug, were ones we didn't have control over, but no, I'm just kidding. He'll look at me and smile. No. So besides that, we were able to meet the guidelines. And also overall, if you look at it, we did meet it, but with the ones in the red. Any questions?
So our contracts are Niles Township, New Buffalo Township, Waterville Township, the Boys and Girls Club, New Buffalo Schools, and now just recently, as we finish up this contract soon, Brandywine High School, because they're contracting for a deputy to be in the school full time. So we have a lot of things. Sherry, you got anything to fill in?
Just the other one I would add to that is many of you know we have a deputy assigned to the Department of Health and Human Service building, the HHS. We were just awarded a contract again. We did put in for an extension, and we were just awarded a 3-year contract for the deputy assigned to the state building there in Benton Harbor.
And that contract goes all the way back from the late 70s. That's how long we've been at social services, it was called back then.
Yeah. And then FIA, the DHS, the DHS.
West Farman and then Jerry Frank. But that is our longest contract that we've had at the sheriff's office. The other contracts started in 2001, 2004, and 2007. So just to let you know, that is, and we are the only, I think in the state, talking to other DHHS and other sheriff's offices, we're the only one that has a deputy that they pay for assigned to DHHS.
So in that special fund, that's also special teams, when we look at that and Village, yes.
Your seasonal contracts, like the schools, what do those deputies do in the off-season?
What we do with the one in New Buffalo, a percentage comes out of the parks. He works at the parks. Down in Niles Township, since that's going to be in Niles Township, the Niles Township's going to pay 30%, the school's going to pay 70%, and then that deputy be reassigned to those 3 months to the township during the time that they're off. The only money coming out of the county is with the parks, but with the new position, it will come out of the township budget.
And the Boys and Girls Club is a 12-month contract?
It's 100%.
Any questions on special?
Tell me, what do you do with the tribal police anymore? I know you have.
We work with them. We work with them.
And it's less, because is their force bigger than it was originally? Or?
They're covering 4 casinos.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
so where the growth you've heard about with the tribal police is more in where their residential area and South Bend. So we still have the same, they have the same footprint
They
in
cover
Buffalo.
Cass County, Van Buren County, Berrien County, and St. Joe County, Indiana.
Well, it used to be just New Buffalo.
Well, when they first started.
When they first started.
Then they built the one in Hartford,
Right.
then they built the one in Dowagiac, and then they built this one. So they work with us basically in the New Buffalo, 3 Oaks area. Sometimes they help us out because the casino in Van Buren County is like a half mile outside the Berrien County.
Okay.
So they will help us back us up on certain calls up in that part of the county. The rest of the county, we don't see them then very much because they're assigned to where their casino is. But we work very closely, and the tribal police work out of the Waterville Police Department in Waterville. They have an agreement with them, And then the tribal police for the New Buffalo Casino, we used to have the old house, but now they're gonna be moving in to the new building that the township built. And they will be paying, a lease just like we are.
Yeah, I would want that.
Yep. And they're actually moved in. I know we just got word that our AT&T connection is up and running, so we're in the process as well to the new building.
Thank you.
So one thing, when looking at the different costs, when we saw material and supplies, a lot of this was partially responsible, an increase in materials, new mattresses, jumpsuits, and shoes in the jail. So we're in a process right now of replacing a lot of the mattresses. They're the foam, if you want to call it, but so those do need to get replaced. Some of those costs have gone up, as you've seen, with other supply chain issues and just costs in general. Purchase services we talked about, the majority of that is the legal fees. With not having a corporate counsel, that now comes out of the contractual relationship. So we've continued to work with that.
And if you look at the mattresses, once they start to break down, we have to get rid of them because we have to clean them and we can't have anything. So once they start to crack or start to wear out, we have to throw them in the dumpster and replace them.
So the other minor part of that, as you know, we did add a canine to the jail. Deputy Grimm and Odin is the canine's name. So you might see Odin in the future for stopping by, but that's up and running. So we do, add obviously the vet bills and the care for the canine is added to the 3 we already had. And then again, personnel costs, fuel is set. Obviously, as fuel prices go up, that's a concern for us because that's how, from the enforcement standpoint, we basically have a mobile office for patrol. So the fuel cost is always something we're concerned about as those are going up.
And remember, we don't pay what you pay at the pump.
Yeah, we don't pay
We don't pay tax. County doesn't pay tax on gas, and that's like 45 cents a gallon.
But as they go up, our cost goes. Yeah. So
isn't that right? Is a tax about 45, Brian? 50? Something like that. Just so you know. So when you go to the pump and it's $3.10, municipalities don't pay the tax.
Sherry, anything else you want to? So we may have done speak, but again, I want to hand it to Sherry in doing the heavy lifting and work of the budget. So
Yeah, thank you. You did an awesome job. Oh, you did an awesome job.
So any questions before we move to capital? So that is very small, but I can go through, I may grab my copy because I've seen that one's been mentioned. So obviously at the top of it, this will not be a new one to you. We are again putting in for a boat for Paw Paw Lake to be able to provide services to Paw Paw Lake. As you know, that has not been approved for some years. So it's a top, it's just a top because it's been there so long. It's always still at the top.
Do we have some kind of boat that you use now?
We are trying to make do. Yes, we have the one rescue boat we got, which is smaller, more for the river. Is being used that in the skiff. We do not really have a boat for that. The boat that we used to use has been taken out of service. So, as we've said before, and Doug's just going to laugh, I'm going to look at Doug. We are again putting in for a boat to serve, obviously the biggest inland lake with a lot of boat traffic in our area. So
that's the busiest lake in Berrien County.
Yeah.
But how can you run, it has a motor when you don't know with Paw Paw what's deep enough or so areas not to.
Yeah, so areas there that we know the lake, but it's deep enough to run a boat. I mean, they run all sorts of power boats and wave runners and everything else on that lake. So if you've never been there, I'm telling you, it is a very busy inland lake. So, we get a lot of complaints of people not following the rules. So if we're not there, there's a big interest in Commissioner.
Tourists.
Yeah.
Local know what to do.
So the other thing, I guess I'll go through a couple of the bigger items in here. I think we've talked about before, the mobile computers, MDTs, you may hear them referred to. Those are the computers that are in our cars. IS is basically telling us those are outdated and need to be replaced. So much like we did the in-car cameras last year, this is going to be the mobile computers that are in there. Technology is great, but it's not cheap and it doesn't last long. So,
and the issue we're going to have is if we don't upgrade, when dispatch upgrades, we're not going to be able to get all the information that we're getting now.
Yeah. So I think the ones we have now are 7 years old. They would say we got a good life expectancy out of them. I know Dale Backus, who's assigned us from IS, is very concerned if we don't do that, the reliability of those computers and be able to get, like the sheriff said, some of the integration that we use with the dispatch and the new CAD. The vehicles, I know those have already been talked about with finance, so those are still on our capital list, but we've dealt, with those going through finance. So I guess I'll go to any questions. You will see the big item on there, the command vehicle replacement. So that is on there. I didn't call it mobile because our current one's not that mobile.
I can't see that.
So if it's, I mean, I don't know if this.
750,000, I think.
That's the budget for it. So right in,
Thank
where we
you.
have the 750 right there. The command vehicle is, budget there, and obviously the funding for that. I know there's been talk of different funding that may be available, but obviously anything that's over a certain amount, we're supposed to put on our capital list. So that's what we see on there.
We will have we're researching it all. We're seeing companies, going to departments. We will come back with Ryan and finance here in the near future to give you what the total cost will be once we go out for an RFP.
Because we ordered 9.
Yeah, so those, yep, so those are on there as well. That's why I didn't spend a lot of time on those. But one thing we did do with the command vehicle is we've got the heads of each of our special teams to be involved in the process. It needs to work for the people that are going to use it on a regular basis. So for us just to sit here and make a decision on what we think, it's much more prudent to use the people that are doing that. So that's in the process right now with Dave Albers as kind of the lead out of emergency management. They've, like the sheriff said, they've visited some places. They're looking at what works and what our needs are.
Okay.
So we're taking our time because we don't want to say we're going to get this and then half a year later we come back and say
Commissioner Freeling,
we need to buy something else that we really need for it. So we'll have all our ducks in a row before we come back to you.
Commissioner Freeling.
Thank you very much. And thank you again.
You're very welcome.
My question to you, I see that we have the computers for the vehicles. We've got body cameras on there as a request. For us, we normally have with our IS department a rolling sort of replacement plan. Do you guys have something that is in your planning for those?
So I'll do the MDTs first. That is that's in connection with IS. So Dale Backus is assigned from IS. Obviously, he works for Chris and Kip, but he's assigned directly to us. So he's very involved in our MDTs and trying to keep them running. So that's where he's saying we are definitely at the life expectancy of those. So we try and keep going through that and making sure when we're getting to that stage that request is in there. So obviously we knew last year the Axon, the cameras were the most important at that time because those were failing, parts were not available. That's why they're suggesting that we do the cameras now, or we'll get in a very similar situation. The body cams that you see on there is actually to add some for the jail. So the road has them. We have a set amount in the jail, but we're finding we have some by position, but to add some so that everyone that's working has them. We found them to be very, they're very valuable. They tell the story, and we get a lot of sometimes complaints from when we want to make sure that we've got that available, and not just certain deputies right now. So we had 6 assigned to the jail before, and we're looking to add to that to make sure that everybody's assigned to a shift would have one.
Okay.
Just like the road, they're all issued their own. So that we don't run into a situation not having.
Yep, so when we have something happen in one of the dorms, the cameras are going on. So everything that's said, everything that the inmate does, everything that we do is going to all be recorded.
Commissioner Perry.
2 pairs of stun cuffs for $5,000. What are stun?
That's for the courts.
Yeah, so I don't know if you remember this before. There's been about 2-3 years ago, we did the stun cuffs. So the stun cuffs are used in court. So part of the issue we have is if you have a jury trial, you cannot have any restraints visible. So if you remember, we did that. They're working well, but we're finding a need to replace one, but then also have others as we're doing jury trials. Obviously, we're hoping to get out of COVID and get back into on a regular basis. But for the jury trials we're doing, we're getting more and more restraints on us and what we can do and what can be visible. So that is a very non-visible way to take care of that situation if there's a problem in a courtroom. So.
And allows us to take care of the situation if somebody goes off and wants to take out a prosecutor, defense attorney, or the judge, that there's a tool in the toolbox where we can stun them and take them down really quick without, injuring them, unless they hit their head and something falling down. But we got, right now, we got a bunch of trials. Right now in our jail, we got 9 murderers in there. So we, you know, we gotta have the tools that safeguard the courts and our deputies assigned that do that job. We would like to go on, we don't like to go on hands if we don't have to.
Commissioner Scott?
Just a question.
Yes.
I know you've got a boat all the time. We're not gonna go there. The patrol rifles, the radios, the replacement disposable clothing, the tasers, the body cameras, the stun cuffs, and I might have missed something. Going back to your second or your third slide, where you have materials and supplies, that proposal, is that one amount? And then you add in the materials and supplies on the special revenue fund. So what you're telling us is these are over and above
Yes.
what you have requested.
Yep, so let me go through case by case. So
You don't need to. I just needed to know if that was the question. Are those included? Because the vehicles and the prisoner transport, they're included on here, and we just approved those from finance.
Right.
2 weeks ago.
Anything that's over, I believe it's 5 or 10,000, Ben? Is required to go on capital projects. So this is above and beyond. I will take.
I think you set that rule there, Scott.
Right. So the radios are an ongoing. You'll see we had it last year, but as we're replacing the 800, instead of doing them all at one time and then they all expire at one time, we're continuing to use the ones and then replace them. The same way the tasers, that's an issue of continuing to replace as those fail. So the body cam, again, that's specifically for the jail. And what's the other one you had?
The materials included, the inmates.
Yeah, so the other ones that were in there, like the inmate stuff is tied to in the budget you saw. This is the capital project, separate from that.
And just to make sure that some of those things that you are asking are under the threshold. I wanted to make that point clear, Paul, that some of them are under the threshold.
Well, tell Doug that we don't have to put them in.
Yeah, then fine, we'll put them in our budget. We get in trouble if we put them in our budget.
As long as you can print the money.
Oh, so the other one, I want to tell you the replaceable suits, that is an emergency management issue. The suits that they have to do during an emergency, those are outdated and I don't say dry rotted, but they need to be replaced. So that's when you see it, that's more for emergency management.
And that's something we gotta have because of the Cook nuclear plant.
Okay.
So if we did have a leakage there, we have to have so many suits on hand, and those suits are past, they're recommended by FEMA that they need to be replaced, even though they've never been used.
Does FEMA pay for them?
No, that's one of those unfunded mandates. No.
Well, we get a lot of tax dollars from the Cook nuclear plant.
Okay.
All right, any other?
Just
anything we missed?
as a point of clarification, so it is 18.5 cents per gallon, but then there's also a percentage for each gallon. So the sheriff was correct in saying the tax is quite expensive. So.
I was just gonna, Commissioner Scott asked about the material, the $17,000 for the jumpsuit. That was included in the general budget, in those numbers. So I mean,
That's what I just wanted to know.
yeah,
I just wanted to know if there was any overlap because we had pre-ordered the prisoner vehicles and the other vehicles. So that I know that went through finance and now it's up here. And then that's why I asked that, whether there was any overlap.
it is included in the.
Fine.
Thank you for answering the question.
But the boat wasn't anywhere to be found, just saying.
That's, hey,
We've never heard about
it's at the
both.
top because it's at the top because you keep not approving it. No.
That's okay. We've been asking for it for like 10 years now or more. So.
All right, any, I guess, the last one is, any question? I know we've answered a bunch, but.
Questions and answers?
Good job.
Any questions?
Good, and that's the.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Let us know if you find a boat that's like on sale, fire sale.
Yeah.
You can't find boats right now, that's the problem.
You're all right. I'll say either or.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sheriff Department, tax equalization, tax equalization.
People.
Hello.
Good morning.
General funds are
putting back in the jail.
I'm hoping to have a brief presentation.
Okay, we have a couple of people that had to leave the room. Is Mr. Borak just having a seat out there?
He was.
Yeah, his leg is bothering him. So are we all here?
I'm here.
Yes, okay, please, go ahead. Okay. Are you here alone?
I brought Katie.
Will you introduce us?
Absolutely.
Again, come here.
You want a mic on?
Here's your thing.
All right, thank you so much, Annette. Good morning,
Good morning.
Bergen County Board of Commissioners. I'm Warren Parrish, your Equalization Director. I brought with me this morning Katie Bauer, who is our Deputy Equalization Director. Hoping to have a pretty brief, hopefully easy presentation for you this morning. Did I do it right? Push the wrong button.
There you go.
Right, yeah. There we go. Bear with me here. Technology. All right. So our purpose statement is not updated from last year. Essentially, we serve a Board of Commissioners function, which is to satisfy a number of legal requirements under the Michigan Constitution that we do on your behalf. That's conducting our annual equalization studies. And we also do the millage apportionment each year. So those are the two main times that I come before you each year. As far as opportunities, it's an exciting time for us. As you're aware, we just last week moved to Church Street. So we're still unpacking. Things have been a little bit crazy, but it's an ongoing work in progress. We're getting set up over there and we're excited about that. This last year, we had 3 of our appraisers get certified as MCAOs. I think that was, actually, some of them might have happened in 2020. And then we just a couple weeks ago had a new appraiser join us, or last month, and they've expressed interest in pursuing their certification as well. So we're continuing to grow as a department, and that's exciting. Risks and issues. This is a topic that I've historically been reluctant to delve into in great detail because it may be sensitive. I don't want to overstep my place, but I was asked to identify risks and issues, and I'm going to try to answer that question as honestly as possible. And I'm just going to read you my sentence there. Current trajectory presents high likelihood of eventual total department collapse and the inevitable need for major restoration from the ground up. So to give that a little bit of perspective, I joined Bergen County in 2017. At that time, we had 8 FTEs in the department. Since I've been here, in the 4 years that I've been here, we're now down to 7 FTEs. I have filled 6 of our 7 positions and personally overseen the training of 6 of our 7 positions. I've rebuilt this department. It's a well-oiled machine, and I've worked very hard to get it to where it is today. I'm very proud of it, and I'm very proud of our people. But our appraiser salaries, by my numbers, are among the lowest in the state. They are our starting salaries. Every year, the Michigan Association of Equalization Directors does a salary study. Our starting salaries are the lowest out of all 83 counties in Michigan. And we're easily, from an equalization perspective, in the top 10 most complex counties in the state of Michigan. So that remains my chief concern. I've been reluctant to really delve into it, but I felt I needed to, because if history repeats itself, we're just training people, investing in them, and then losing them. And we're coming up on that time where I'm concerned that's going to happen again. And I'm going to have a hard time rebuilding the department from scratch again. So thank you for bearing with me on that. Moving into the budget.
Excuse me,
Yes,
may I
ma'am.
ask, have you talked to Brian this time?
I have.
Have you said this before?
Yes, I have.
Because I'm sad that he's not in the room.
Yes, Brian and I have spoken about the salary situation a number of times. Since the day he joined the county. I was getting it on his radar.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Are your people unionized or not?
They are.
They are unionized?
Yes.
Okay, so Shelley has negotiated with them. They have 3-year contracts?
I don't know if we actually have a 2021 contract at the moment. The last established contract that I'm aware of was a 3-year, and it expired in 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Warren, is the lowest in the state, is that the salary schedule versus what we're paying? You know, sometimes people will mix up the two.
That is the starting lowest pay
So
for,
what we bring in people at is the lowest in the state?
is the lowest in the state.
Okay, all right,
By my information.
okay.
Lowest step.
The lowest.
Lowest step, is it?
Step
it is
one
There's a step and then actual paid. So as an example, the step could be $10 an hour, but actually we don't hire anybody at that level. We hire them at $12 an hour.
Unless they get approval from PHSC, everyone starts at step 1.
Okay.
So I've hired now numerous employees at step 1,
Okay.
which is lower than
Okay.
anyone else that I'm aware of.
All right.
And I fully admit, I could be wrong. I could have not, there could be a county that I don't have numbers for, but for the ones that I do, we're among the lowest, the lowest.
Follow-up question?
Yes.
We have 10 steps, correct? In our
It
pay
depends
scale?
on the contract. It depends on the contract.
8 in our case.
8-year case. Where are your employees at in the 1 through 8?
We have
Mostly towards the top?
We have one longtime employee who is at step 8. One employee who just started, who is at step 1. Another employee who just reached their anniversary, I think today, so they'll be moving to step 2. And then 2 others at step 2. And I think you're at step 1. 2. You're at step 2. I'm at step 3. And we're not part of what we're talking about, so I guess I shouldn't even mention that. I'm just talking about the appraisers. So basically, all but one person is very near the beginning because it's a brand new department.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, delving into the budget. We're all a general fund department, so we don't have any special revenues, but nonetheless, the one number I wanted to draw attention to on this page is the personnel costs, in particular the change from 2020. Is this the laser here? That's because we're fully staffed now, which has been nice. So inevitably, we're seeing a small increase this year as some people move up to step 2. That's where those personnel costs are coming from. This significant decrease in 2020 comes from largely the contract we had with Tony Maynard. So we're seeing all of that money came back to us in 2021. Side note, that amount of money would more than cover the costs of salary increases for our appraisers.
We're talking about salary. We'll talk about that more. I put it on here on my list.
So looking at the general fund as it compares to our guidance number, you can see that, again, our personnel costs have gone up, but I've exceeded the guidance with materials and supplies. That's coming from, I'm going to jump ahead real quick. That's coming from fuel fleet, mostly. For the last couple of years, we've had a suppressed sort of field visit strategy. We haven't been driving as much because of COVID. So this projected number is under the assumption that we're going to be operating, quote unquote, normally for our field visits. So there's a little bit more money there that I'm asking for here, but you can see in our other categories, I'm actually asking for less money. So the reason we haven't met the guidance, you can easily tell is personnel. Not something I have control over. Again, no special revenue, and we have no capital projects, fortunately. Just something to get on your radar. In 2023, I'm considering asking for some money for some technology upgrades. I'm not asking for it right now, but I want to get it on your radar. We are doing a lot of things with pen and paper that we should have been doing with technology at least 10 years ago. But we've been operating essentially with less and less each year. I've held off on making that request because my number one priority remains raise their salaries. But in 2023, I'm gonna be asking for some technology money. So just put it on your radar. That's all I got.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just as a thought, it's awful hard for you to look at any capital projects and that because you've moved out and you've moved into a new home. And we don't know whether or not that new home is going to be compatible with all of your needs just as yet. That's what I'm thinking.
I think that's a fair assessment point to raise. Based on at least my perspective as of this morning, I think it will meet our needs. We got a refrigerator installed because the public defender took the refrigerator with them. And so that was a capital expense.
Did you report that to the sheriff?
There's a full investigation. Yeah. But other than that, I believe all of our needs are 100% fulfilled once we get our printer hooked up.
The wiring, it should be wired well
Yeah.
and all that,
Yep.
shouldn't it?
Right. They had it very, very well wired for the public defenders. So I don't anticipate any capital expenses. I could be wrong, but from my perspective this morning, I think we're good.
You just happy to be out of the basement too.
I'm just happy to be out of the basement.
You're all warm now.
You're warm.
I'm overeating.
Yeah.
In fact.
I want to ask, I don't know if it's your department, but we used to do things with other communities. Do we still do that and get paid for an equalization for other communities that do not have that department?
Yes.
Or do we find people that live in Chicago but use this as their main address? Is that your department?
So I think what you might be thinking of is the equalization department previously did the assessing for the city of Buchanan.
Yes.
And that is no longer the case.
Okay.
They're now doing that independently. So we don't have any assessing contracts
Okay.
with any of the local units. There has been some reappraisals that you're aware of. That again is independent from us, but we do have a sort of oversight capacity with those reappraisals. And I believe this year, I'm going to say the wrong unit. I don't want to say.
It's treasurer, it's treasurer that finds people.
Yes, it is. But local units can volunteer to do a reappraisal if they believe that properties have been, maybe in the commercial class, have been overdue for a review.
Okay.
They can initiate their own reappraisal.
Okay.
And that's happening in one of the units that I'm gonna not be able to recall off the top of my head this year, but
It's all right.
not a big deal. It's just something we have to kind of keep an eye on, because we have a somewhat of an oversight role. So,
Thank you.
certainly.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mamie,
Your mic is on.
while Warren and his staff are here though, I just want to thank you guys for the work that you do. Because I think you are a well-oiled machine, even though you're young, and you make what we do effective in our planning for the county. And so I appreciate the work that you do. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that to you while you're present. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so glad you all are moving. I remembered that when you said it. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may expand on that, Wayne is part of EOC, and when we had the flooding, he's very instrumental, and when you see those estimates on dollar losses,
Okay.
that's the guy.
Okay.
He's very valuable to EOC and his department.
I've been,
Appreciate it very much.
thank you very much, Commissioner Karen. I've been really busy with the move, but one of the things I wanted to put on your radar was I wanted to brag about our team for precisely that. We lost a whole week last month, fully dedicating ourselves to emergency management. And it is not a simple task. It's all hands on deck. And I'm very proud of my people.
It's not easy, hands-on. Good job.
Before the team leaves, it should just be noted that the building they've moved into does have a basement. So
Do you need
shocking.
Do you need a red stapler?
I was never going into that basement. Just my thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
To the board, we've caught up. We're now just 10 minutes off the pace.
I'd like to make a comment, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a comment that the presentation that we're seeing has been the most colorful presentation of any
Look at that.
presentation we have seen from any department in the county so far.
Yeah.
That?
Yes. Everything is my white bubble.
She's an artist. She's an artist. She's an artist.
I'm surprised Doug didn't yell at me for that.
You know, she's our artist.
Yeah.
So that,
So I think like Brennan has their own.
She didn't listen to what he said, so you're.
No, he yells at me.
That I really enjoy.
I know you guys will get bored afterwards.
Madam Chair, are you ready to proceed?
I'm sorry. At this time, I'm pleased to be,
Coloring for next year.
yeah, I'm pleased to present our Berrien County Printing Department. Presented
Good
by.
morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I believe everybody probably knows who I am. My name is Julie Corcoran, and I manage the printing department. I've been here about 14 years. Anyway, okay, this is my first. Okay, so I wanted to just kind of go over some of this, just go through this really quickly. But our department mission, if you're not familiar, it's just, we're a support service. We assist county departments, elected officials, local municipalities, some nonprofits that are community-based, and to inform and engage members of the community by providing current design, editing, printing, and finishing capabilities. We strive to provide outstanding service materials and communication tools for everyone. Our opportunities as we've moved into the 21st century, we are now fully staffed, fully capable of graphic design capabilities. I have designed logos and some social media blurbs, as well as brochures, anything we have internally that we've always done. I'm asking you as our board to help us promote our capabilities a little bit when something comes up saying, I have this big project, I don't know who, I have to get this newsletter done, I have to get this logo done. If you want, I would like you to be aware that that is a capability that we have, and I'll be more than happy to, work with anyone in any department to see what they need. Another thing that had come up a couple of years ago, but we've been so busy, is to collect and archive graphic standards for the county and create an official logo library. A lot of people are asking me for logos. A lot of people are using old logos, especially for the sheriff's department. They'll use logos that are outdated or low resolution, and it helps make it look professional if everybody is using the same graphic standards across the board, whether it's our stationery, anything, but it's a really good identifier. So I will be working on that this year, is to create an official logo library and graphic standards in our S drive for everybody to access, and I will keep you informed. Another capability that I think has kind of flown under the radar is we inform, I have a 20-year print background, print consultation and procurement. And when I'm dealing with a lot of different departments, I realized, a lot of people are kind of winging it for things like premiums, hats, t-shirts, trophies, signage. And I realized that, a lot of times people might not get the best value because they're not experienced or understanding what they're purchasing. So I can consult and help and lead people in the right direction and make sure their artwork and graphics are correct for that medium. So that's just that's another thing we offer, and I wanted to make sure everyone was aware. Challenges that we are presenting, and it's just general. Machinery is older, we have to update it. We did a lot of updating in the last 2 years, and most of our stuff is now digital. There's no more big press or anything to maintain. Unfortunately, materials and service costs keep increasing quite a bit, especially paper because of the wood. And our challenge is to keep within budget goals while we still attain the requirements, and keep within budget and as well as we can. There is a valid concern. I'm sure this is not a newsflash to anybody, but I figure this is something that is very important. There's a general concern and frustration by some employees, most employees, because they don't feel that they're being paid industry competitive salaries. And the concern is that we will lose skilled labor and skilled employees, and finding new and capable employees that can provide that skill set will be difficult, if not impossible, if we do not address some of the salary requirements. And I don't know how to, that's as far as I'm gonna go with that. I know that this is on everyone's radar. So if we, that is just something that is a concern. Going into budgets. This looks like everything else pretty much. So, personnel went down. I believe it's for other areas. Again, I have no control over that. Our overages are in the materials and supplies. It's just that's just an increase based on, increase in material costs. That's not too outrageous. Purchase services and charges, that is reflective. We went up 600,000 impressions during the spring of 2021. Or was it, sorry, I'm already getting lost. Due to COVID materials, we printed everything for the health department, all of their immunization information, all of their registration forms, everything has gone, signage, other departments that have required COVID information. And that has increased. While a lot of people may have been slower during the COVID, the high end of the COVID area, this is where we've kind of been able to flourish. So we had to request for additional monies to acquire all that extra printing. The health department, we suggested that they purchase their own paper for best cost, and they did. They brought in their own paper, so everything we print is just the print cost. As far as capital, and Doug can tell me if I'm wrong, because, but I am requesting a pallet jack. We have a warehouse in the printing department. We have a very, very old pallet jack. We have had 3 people in trying to fix it. It's beyond repair. It's no longer just getting a new battery. We've tinkered and can't get it to work. So we do need to request that we get a pallet jack to move our paper around in the warehouse. It's a manual one. It's not a forklift. It's, anyone can use it. So it's a very useful piece of equipment. And the way the debt service is lined up, and again, Doug can speak to this, I have one of my color copiers that is due for an upgrade. Lease ends in July. And I will have to send out a request for bid for a new upgraded machine. So half of that is, or the lower number in 2022 is just the end of that lease. So I had it in capital, but I think Doug said to keep it down under debt service. So
it is a capital lease, so.
Yeah. Right. So that's why that number looks very high. That is generally what we've been spending every year. This is just because of the off year for that. Any questions so far? Oh, sorry, I should have waited, but sorry.
Julie, you normally do a 5-year lease on that?
Generally, yeah.
When you replace them, do you see a big difference? Because technology moves so fast in that 5-year period. Is your replacement?
Some things improve.
Better than the old one, or just slightly better?
There's things I'm waiting for. Envelope printing is a big one for me because nobody's got that down. We have had so many issues with our envelope printer, and now we're not alone. Everyone, no matter what we get, anyone out there right now is struggling because that's that one technology that I want to get better. But we've made it work. So, but it's, I think it's going to get there. But generally when we upgrade, we see an increase in some parts, but then a decrease because the technology is better and faster. So I've had a bid just to, just get an idea, and basically the cost of the new machine upgrade is going to be the same. But again, I haven't sent out for any quotes or anything, but that's generally, it's going to be around the same.
Okay,
so what we've been doing. So I've gone through this, and the material supply increase, and then the purchase and services increase was because of the impressions for COVID and the health department, but also I believe IS is estimating that their J-Works materials might be quite a bit this year as well. So they made sure that they let us know that could be an increase as well to what our normal impression count is. And then I just talked about the upgrade. I should have just kept going with this, sorry. And then the capital, the way that's presented is that's the electric pallet, and then the upgrade, half and half of the other lease. So I was trying to put it in the right spot, Doug, but I think you said it was where we got it. Okay. And this you can look at your own leisure, but I'm going to hand these out as well as our capabilities brochure. And I think it could be helpful for not only, for you to know what we can do and what our capabilities are, but also, being able to forward people in the right direction who have questions like, oh, I need a logo. Do you know anyone who can do that? I know I need, social media blurb that IS is busy. I can't, I need help with. And that's where, in any kind of printing, like I have this binder with purple this and plastic this, and I'll be like, yeah, we'll figure it out. And that's usually what we try to do for everybody. So, and so that's just the two sides of the brochure. And these are some of the things we've done, and it's also in the brochure. In the last year, I try to keep that kind of updated so you can see what we've done over the last, year or so. So that would be it. And then I would like to, if you guys would pass these around, whoever wants one, keep more than one. If you run out, I can make more, we can print more. We can do more.
Do you all have any questions?
Does anybody have any questions?
Just a comment, Madam Chair. Doug, see that last 2-slide presentation? Keep that in mind for next year. Just saying.
I can make it even prettier if you want.
My question might be more for Doug.
Just saying, Doug.
Why don't, like the COVID charges, the increased cost for all the extra printing that we had to do, why isn't that charged to that grant?
It is, they paid for it.
You have the expense side, she also has the revenue side.
Yes. And see, the writing is so small, only you and Terry can see it, so I thought I'd stay up here.
Sorry, Terry.
Oh, no, you're totally good.
So I've been asking every department, thank you very much. Again, wow, I keep forgetting to put the microphone on. So Bob helps keep me in line here. Full-time equivalents, there's 2 in your department right now?
Full-time.
And is there 1 opening?
No.
No opening.
I have, Jamie's been there almost 9 years and Damien's going on year 2.
Okay.
And they're exceptional. They're amazing through COVID, through masking and, isolating and everything. They've just been amazing and I just don't want to lose them.
Sure.
So 3 total.
Yes,
3
right.
total, yes.
Understood. Thank you.
And I want to ask, that when it says capital, those are things you wish you had? I saw some.
One of them is, yeah, one of them.
From the color and copiers.
The color copier lease ends mid-year, so then I guess it's considered capital to request the monies for the second half of the year for a new machine. The pallet jack is definitely an outright request.
Okay. And I don't quite know, but I want to know, there are some things that you could do it personally, we wanted it done, there are some things that. But not to take it away from other.
Right, if that's not the priority, so obviously county business is first and foremost, and then the revenue work is secondary. And we're technically not supposed to be like, oh, my son's baseball team has flyers, they want this school, technically we don't, but if it's a community-based informative piece that's important to the community, whether, and that's a one-off basis, I'll check with Brian and just make sure that hey, is this okay that we print this or we do this? But generally speaking, if it's a nonprofit, it should be community-based, not your church group, not your, so that's that.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks, nice to see
you. Now having a break.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Oh, no, but who's
6 minutes, actually.
Yeah, she is here, but you do have 5 minutes. You're back.
Back on track.
Yay! Oh, good, I did it.
Good job, good job.
Thank you.
See you. I call my union.
We don't have one. That's what I'm saying, create one. I like what they do before.
Yeah, so.
I've been in the union between my wife and I. She's the supervisor of the union, so I'm used to it. I mean, it ain't a problem. I'm just saying. I know who's boss in my family, maybe there's a permission to say something, I don't know.
Mike?
There you go.
Thank you. Let me get unmasked here. I know, right? I think I know all of you, but if I don't, my name is Amber Glendenning. I'm the supervisor of the Michigan Department of Corrections Felony Probation Office here in Berrien County. I've been with our department for about 21 years. I've been a supervisor for about 11. Obviously, much like everybody else, the last 18 months has been quite the roller coaster ride for us. Our department, so we are housed, thank you very much, county folks. We are housed in the courthouse in St. Joe and in Niles. We have about 15 agents and 3 secretaries and myself and a part-time supervisor in St. Joe. And then we have another 5 agents, 1 secretary, and that other part-time supervisor down in Niles. Right around the middle of March, when everything else shut down in 2020, the Department of Corrections sent us all home to work remotely, where we stayed for the last 18 months. We actually just came back into our offices last Tuesday. We are in there on a rotating basis. The DOC has indicated that this will kind of probably be our new normal. So I have a minimum of about 5 agents in St. Joe and 2 agents in Niles at any given time, at least 1 secretary in both locations and at least 1 supervisor in each location. I think the agents, all of our department has done a really good job of adapting to working remotely and what that looks like. We are doing our reporting, so we see the offenders. We figure out if they have access to FaceTime or Google Duo or whatever they can get access to. And then we make sure to take their reports that way. Or we've still been going out to their houses quite a bit as well. We do a lot in the field nowadays too. PSI reports are the reports we conduct that are required statutorily by legislation for the judges to sentence each felony. We are doing those interviews over electronic means as well, and that has probably been one of our most difficult things because it's really tough to get people to get on board with spending an hour and a half on FaceTime with us answering 8 million questions. It's a little easier, that dialogue, when you're sitting in front of someone, but again, the agents have done a great job adapting, and we're making it our new normal. So as you can see, our purpose statement is we provide supervision of individuals placed on probation for felony offenses. We do also have some misdemeanor offenses that the judges have indicated that they want us to supervise. Those are typically like domestic violence offenses. If a person was maybe arrested for and charged with domestic violence third, but it ended up getting pled down to a domestic violence first, which is only a 90-day misdemeanor, they will typically stay with us. We have a few more resources and programming and funding to handle those type of cases, so it usually works out pretty well. Which I mentioned, some high court misdemeanors and other offenses bound over as felony offenses. As of this writing, which I think I did this mid to late August, we had 768 individuals in our jurisdiction in the county. That was between Niles and St. Joe. That's down. We've in years past probably been closer to 800-900, even maybe 1,000 many years ago. Our department, in conjunction with legislation that was passed, is really making an effort to get people off of probation sooner if it's appropriate. If they've paid all their restitution, they've done all their programming, they've done everything the judge asked them to do, and say the judge put them initially on probation for a 2-year term, and it's 1 year, and they've really done everything we've asked them to do. They're doing great. We're discharging them and getting them out of there. There's no reason for us to be using our resources on them if they've proven that they can do what the court asked them to do and take responsibility. So I think that is a big reason why our numbers are down like they are. The pre-sentence investigation reports that I mentioned, those right now are probably our biggest struggle. That's not on here, but we are on pace right now to write 1,128 pre-sentence investigation reports. That's a huge number. A lot of that is due to the backlog from the courts being closed from COVID last year. When the judges and the court went back in and everybody kind of put it back in drive, they dropped the hammer. And we're seeing that now where I'm short-staffed, actually. We have a couple of vacancies. If anybody knows a felony probation officer, I'm kidding. We are shorthanded, so it's been tough, and the agents have done a really great job of making sure that we are not the ones slowing the court down from clearing the backlog out. So that is a really huge number, and probably what I am most proud of from our office this year is that we've been able to get that many done. I mentioned below how many we have. Opportunities. We have the opportunity to positively impact individuals that have become involved with the criminal justice system. We offer services and programming in an effort to promote offender success, rehabilitation, and productive outcomes. We have this year, Second Chance is a program that we're using through Connexus. It's been huge for any of you that have been around a while. You may have heard of prisoner reentry. That's always traditionally been offered to parolees. And Second Chance is actually taking some of those dollars and now giving them to probationers. We are super excited about it because, I mean, you're essentially talking the same population. Our people have the same barriers, the same struggles, housing, jobs, things like that. And Second Chance has been really great helping us with that. And that's a Department of Justice grant that Connexus got. So huge kudos to Connexus for going after that. Risks and issues, like I said, COVID continues to pose challenges with supervising our offender population as well as assisting them. Consistently engaging in programming has been a challenge, more so for them, with, a lot of the programming, they'll be in person, then they're not in person. And again, our folks don't always have access to FaceTime, Duo, and things like that to allow them to continue to engage in programming. So as you guys know, my budget is tiny, and I'll fly through this, but I am so grateful for it. I was just mentioning to Ben for those PSI reports. So the agents dictate the report, and then my clericals actually transcribe, type them up into our computer system. And of course, we have 4 foot pedals, and 2 of the foot pedals are going out this week. I'm like, really? But so, the budget that you guys give us is, it's tiny, but it helps us hugely because our department is not always the best about getting us the things we need right this minute, if at all. No one heard me say that, though. That was not on the record. Strike that. So the condensed proposal that Ben and Doug helped me with here is our 2022 budget proposed is $2,000 for materials and supplies. That includes all of our office supplies and equipment. Our purchase services and charges are $4,043. That's like our copier, printer, our phones, all that kind of good stuff. I did meet the budget guidance by my whopping $100 there. Technically a win. We don't have any capital and project requests. Obviously, you guys don't pay any of our personnel or anything like that. The state pays all of our salaries and everything else. I put this in just to break it down a little more for you from that 2,000 and 6,000 or 4,043. So 1,700 of that goes to our office supplies. And you see, I do have a line item for my lovely little foot pedals that I'll be replacing for $300, hopefully. We're Amazon shopping this afternoon. And then you can see the other breakdowns of our phone, cable service, copier charges. And then I think that's about it. I did want to mention, and I know Commissioner Freeling is aware because I talked to her about it, for anybody that has the opportunity to go on the Herald Palladium today or to pick up a newspaper, you will see in the question and answer session that they do, I think, weekly. This week's is one of my agents, Sharon Rimpson. He was named about 3 weeks ago the Michigan Department of Corrections Agent of the Year for the entire state, which is huge. That's Metro, that's Detroit, Flint, up north, everywhere. And, just give you an idea. So we have 20 agents in our county. There's 83 counties. You do the math on it. That's a really lot of agents. So I did nominate him, but the other agents helped me with the nomination form, and I thought it really spoke volumes to how respected he is in the work that he does. He has the hardest caseload by far. He supervises the sex offenders for me, and he has for about 8 years, and he's never complained once. But the things that he does with that population, prior to him and prior to being promoted, I supervised the sex offenders for about 10 years, and it's tough. It's really, really hard. And, the things he does and the way he thinks and thinks outside the box and just really goes over and above to help that population, it's awesome. He's in there right now with a younger guy, 18, that got put on probation, and it's for a sex offense, and he's kind of low functioning, and his mother is with him, and Sharon is spending the better part of an hour or two making sure that they understand everything that kid has to do to give him the best opportunity to succeed. And I think it just speaks volumes about him. So that's my little spiel. Yes, thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, Commissioner Harris.
So, Amber, what do you see from employment opportunities here in the county for your clients? Has there been any progress? I know with Connexus involved, you'd like to think it's gotten better, but what's the frank assessment?
The frank assessment is I don't think it's any worse, but I would say it's a little better. Actually, if we're being brutally honest, I wouldn't paint it as sunshine and roses still, but I would say it's a little better. Connexus has such a huge network of employment opportunities for them, and we're not talking just fast food and things like that. They're getting them into careers. A lot of like the factories out in Stevensville and things like that. They're able to place them in some meaningful job opportunities, which has been a really big a bonus. I know too, I know it doesn't speak so much to the area, but I know we've had a lot of offenders going across into South Bend and Elkhart and finding jobs down there quite a bit. Their manufacturing is picking up quite a bit. Inherently, we deal with a population too that hasn't had the strongest work history and doesn't have the strongest work training. So that's really what we're still trying to get to and get them motivated and get them started. You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
See what's
I know. Feel free to stop by anytime. We're there now.
Thank you.
You are very welcome. Thank you. You guys have a great day. There you go. Grab my purse. Get out of your way.
And here is how you move through your thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yep.
I didn't realize I was responding to this. Well, he seems, I guess, like the way that's what he's excuses. Well, I sent the response and didn't realize I was clicking the service, so I just sent my excuse.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Okay, well, my budget presentation probably won't be as impressive as the one I just saw. It'll be short. I I just want to let you know in advance that some of the numbers might be a little skewed because we have a grant and I don't think some things were credited properly. So if you see a lot of red, just to be totally honest with you, I haven't even spent everything I've got this year. But one thing about the grant is that we're not allowed to supplant. So we have to keep the spending, the county has to keep the spending at the same level or we will lose out money on our grant. So, and it was $134,683 this year. So just so you know that in advance. It's been a challenging year like it has been for everybody else. Let me just give you our purpose statement here. And this is from our website. The department exists for the purpose of serving as a centralization point, which is exclusively mandated with responsibilities to assist veterans and dependents with federal, state, and county benefits. This service-oriented philosophy of operation is fully sensitized to the needs, problems, and desires of the veterans and dependents. Every veteran has a different thing that we can do things for. One little nuance like when they served, where they served, what era they served in, can change the whole fact pattern of what we can do for them as far as disability compensation or just general benefits like VA home loan. It depends on their character of discharge. So there's lots of variables with that. That's basically all that's saying. The department is optimistic about launching many new initiatives for veterans with the County Veteran Service Grant Fund in fiscal year 2022. Some of the fiscal year 21 initiatives were not able to be launched due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We wanted to give out more transportation bikes, for example, but since COVID had shut everything kind of down, we weren't able to do that as we had anticipated. This year, we've got a lot of new initiatives. This is going to consist of horse therapy, acupuncture, and some other things that we've, the state, by the way, has already approved these. We just need the county to look through it, and if they approve them, we'll be all set. Let's see here. Risks and issues. We don't have any at the present time, but like I say, we're very optimistic because the state's actually given us more than double of what they gave us last year. And they gave us a very short time frame to think of all the initiatives to come up with. So it was a real challenge. I had to spend many days thinking and getting price quotes and making sure it would fly through the state and contacting the state and say, hey, will this fly? And they said, yeah, you can do that. So there's a lot of interaction with me and the state and making sure that all the initiatives I proposed would, meet the muster test. Okay. Any questions at this point? All right. All right. As I said earlier, these numbers are a bit skewed. Like personnel costs, for example, this could have been from the grant of 2 years ago, I believe. We had a couple of temps that we had in here, and maybe that's why it didn't register on there. But I inputted the numbers on the sheet that I had, and I believe I did it correctly in Munis. So I don't really have a good excuse. That's just my speculation at this point. Now, purchase services and charges. We did spend a bunch of money on creating the veterans room that we have over in our office. That could be those numbers there. Other than that, materials for building it and so forth. That's the only thing I can conclude on that one. Let's see here. Okay, this is pretty much, that's why you see that. I guarantee you I did not spend over $21,000 over my budget. And if I did, it was with state funds, and everything was balanced out last year, so. All right, it's basically the same thing. The only thing that we're really requesting, and I made the justification remarks here, I'm really only asking for $60 more than last year. And that's just inflation. So I believe it's $20 for books. I get these same books every year, so the postage in the book has gone up a little bit on it. They're veterans, it's put out by the National Veterans Legal Service Foundation. NVLSP puts them out. I can't remember the acronym, but they put out these books and the price has gone up a little bit. Professional memberships, they've of course have gone up, and of course office supplies. So each of those are about $20 a piece. So we're only really asking for $60 more than last year. And we do have one capital project, but this is going to be funded totally by the state. So I did talk to Brian about it. I got his okay to pursue with a person come in and give us a price quote on it, and I've given to him and the commissioners. You've already been given a copy of this. So all this has been kind of reviewed already, and this is what the price quote will be. This is a counter that we want to have a little bit more, with COVID going on and everything, and just security. I talked to a lot of other counties when we go to conferences, and we have had some pretty veterans that can get out of, some of them coming here with PTSD and mental problems, and so it's just a little extra barrier for us to have, like over at the courthouse. Some of the veterans are packing. I don't really ask them when they're coming to my office. But we just a little bit more safety. And of course with COVID too. So the state was okay with doing this, and it just kind of keeps everybody a little safer, especially with the pandemic and everything. I don't want to beat a dead horse here. So does that answer everybody's questions on this one? All right.
What's about the video? What is that?
That's just so that we know when somebody comes in the room.
From here and at the.
Well, like let's say, because see, we work in the 2 offices, so we were going to have one camera that's up there, and then the monitors are just to let us know somebody's in the office, so we give them proper attention. Well, I mean, this is that part, the $900. We could probably skip that part if But anyway, that's what we had put in for. They wanted us to try to spend all the grant dollars, and so this is just kind of how it ended up. But we can modify that part, it's no problem. All right, and that's basically my presentation. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
Drivers, you still haven't luck having drivers, and remember the last couple of times you were running veterans to Battle Creek, and you can now use the hospital down in Mishawaka.
Mm-hmm.
How's that working out? Good?
Mishawaka for the present has shut us down for COVID. We're trying to get our drivers requalified because it's been so long. So I think we've got one driver requalified because they have a very stringent medical process they got to go through to get qualified. So we are working on that. It's funny you should mention that because Maureen and I are going up and having a meeting with them in a couple of weeks to talk about some barriers, because we've had 2 drivers quit just because of the bureaucracy and all the health exams they got to go through. They got to get a sign off from the primary doctor. If they have a hearing issue, they got to go to their private audiologist. If they have heart condition, they got to go to one extreme case. And this is with us. We had one of our drivers that had to spend $1,000 to her cardiologist to get a write-off on it, and we were really upset about that. We're trying to work out a deal with Battle Creek that maybe they can see some of these people so they don't have to spend out of pocket, because they are volunteers. So we're trying to lessen the bureaucracy. I mean, we realize they've got their policies and procedures, but we're trying to, like a simple thing like having a doctor come to Benton Harbor Clinic instead of having our drivers have to drive all the way up to Battle Creek to get checked out by their they have their own doctor that's got to sign off on all this stuff. So little things like that. We are working on that.
So right now you're not transporting anybody to Mishawaka?
That is correct. We got one driver, and that has a lot to do with COVID and them shutting it down too. So it wasn't that we didn't have drivers. And then the drivers had lapsed so long that it was shut down. They have to be tested every year, and so the year had passed. So now I think we've got one qualified driver, but we have some other that are in the queue to get qualified.
Okay, thank you.
So, yep. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
FTEs, how many do you have, full-time equivalents?
Oh, just me and Maureen Adams.
Do you have any openings right now?
No.
Okay.
No, we have, and we have 2 temporary employees too. The former service officer, Dan Stice, and then Paul Coth, who is our Michigan Veterans Trust Fund chairman. And that's it. We just use them as need basis.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's good to be back with you. I remember I said really the same thing I did, or I'm going to say the same thing I said last year, which is it's an incredibly exciting time for the Berrien County Public Defender's Office. Our FY22 compliance plan, which starts October 1st, was fully approved by MADC. We expect the initial 50% payment around October 14th, which is about $2 million. What's so exciting about it is that MIDC really listened to the points that I had made about our understaffing issues. They were able to review the time studies that we submitted and the requests beyond adult indigent representation that our office undertakes. And so they have allowed us, and thank you to the Board of Commissioners as well, for allowing us to accept the 2 additional attorney positions and 1 additional social worker position, really with an eye towards improving our holistic defense here in Berrien County. We represent not just the individual with the charges, but the person. And many times individuals that come to us have barriers to success that we can help with and that services in Berrien County can help them with. And it's just a matter of putting the 2 together. So as indicated, we're adding 3 more positions starting in October. Those positions are posted now. I will say that I'm in a different place than I was last year. I'm used to working in the MIDC funding categories, and really there's about 8 categories that MIDC allots us funding within those categories. And thank you to Ben and Financial Services for helping me to wrap my head around how the county needs to keep track of that money. And I can, as I move through these slides, let's see. So I guess just back up a bit. Opportunities this year, MIDC requires for October 1st all indigent defense systems in Michigan to implement Standard 5 judicial independence, which the primary difference for us will be that we, the system, the indigent defense system, rather than the court, will be conducting indigency reviews for clients that are requesting counsel. That's a pretty significant logistical task for us, which is part of the justification for the additional positions. But the court's going to be totally removed from that process. In addition, we will be continuing to build upon our social worker division. I would love it if Ms. Lane could speak to you. I sat in on one of our training opportunities with her recently, and she's truly inspiring with the way that she has connected our clients with local Berrien County services and set them up for success. Risks and issues that we see, without a doubt, the pandemic has been incredibly stressful for our attorneys. In my experience, the difficulties our clients face, they distill down to us as we help them through their stress. And that's something that I have seen, and thankfully administration's been helping me as well to help our staff through that. But our primary purpose is to ensure that our clients' fundamental due process rights are protected, but we also have to look out for our team, which we have and we will continue to do. This page here sets out really the numbers in red all the way on the right. Those are increases not to, well, my understanding of part of that's the general fund, and I can explain that in a second. The vast majority of that is grant funding from the state of Michigan. Personnel costs, as I looked over, and I assume that you have been sent copies of our MIDC grant funding information, but our total personnel increase, which includes the 3 new positions, promotions, 2% increase, as well as the fringe benefits, which was a substantial increase, and that's information I get right from Financial Services, $533,700. So it's almost exactly what you see there in personnel costs, which means that is completely covered by the state of Michigan. 4 positions that they have granted us based upon standards that they are requiring us to follow. So as I've had this conversation with many folks, what happens if the state says we can't fund this? They cannot require us to follow the standards. We would have to regroup. We certainly could not offer the same level of service that we do, but we would find a way to make it work. For the time being, our responsibilities are being met by the state funding. Purchase, service, and charges, $375,803. In reviewing that, I believe that's attributable to our lease. So, as you all are aware, our office consolidated our St. Joe offices from 100 Church and Edgewater to where we are now all in the Edgewater building, which it's a perfect space for us. It was already set up for, they had an awesome file room for us, and all that equipment stayed with us. So the increase is in part due to that, as well as cleaning and utility costs, which previously that was part of our cost allocation for the county, provided by county services, but now it's something we have to contract out. Additionally, a substantial increase in the purchase, service, and charges is attorney contracts. So not staff attorneys, but conflict attorneys, individual private attorneys that we, you could say, assign out cases that we ethically cannot cover. The figures that I submitted MIDC, which were approved, were based upon really me looking at what I'm seeing in invoices. And I can tell you the difference was substantial from pre-COVID to during COVID, because, cases were not going to trial and concluding. These cases were dragging on for, close to 2 years. I have a case, a gentleman who was in custody since February of 2020. We have trial at the end of this month. It's a substantial period of time. What that means is these attorneys are meeting with clients before every court date. They're preparing for each court date, and then it gets pushed out. And so the invoices we've been seeing have been higher. Thankfully, as we come to the end of this year, I've noticed that it's like we went over the hump, I guess you could say. And I don't know that we're going to go over as much as we anticipated. We may not go over at all for this fiscal year. However, one very important component of that 375,803 is an earmarked $170,000 for overspending protection for the county. So the MIDC statute allows indigent defense systems like Berrien County to indicate this was the amount of money that we went over for adult indigent defense representation, and the state pays you back for this year. There is already $170,000 that's earmarked that will be coming, 50% will be coming October 14th. We may not go over by that amount. And in fact, what I'm seeing with invoices now, I don't think we will, which that'll be taken into account at the end of the year if we don't utilize those funds. This figure, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a finance person in indigent defense in that building with you while looking at all this kinds of stuff?
It's me and our office administrator. And that's funny, it kind of segues into a joke. It occurred to me as I was working on this that in college, I was a business major to start. And it occurred to me that I didn't like math. And so I changed to political science because I didn't like math. And I've been a trial attorney my whole career. And here I am, which I enjoy it and I'm happy to do it. And thank you again to Financial Services for, helping me to put the square peg in the round hole. We figured it out. But yes, it is me and our office administrator, Lynn Cristiano.
It just came to me. I thought, how do you know this? Or are you trusting that the state's going to give you half for the other half? That's great.
We have a wonderful relationship with MIDC, started by Carl McPherson, continued with Chris Renna, and now with me. We have a regional manager who is incredibly supportive, a very talented attorney from Kalamazoo, Susan Prentice-Sau, and I have a friendship with the interim executive director and many of the staff of MIDC, and I'm able to have conversations with them. All the information I have about appropriations is very positive. The reason I'm able to kind of talk about our MIDC budget is, I put that together in April and I submit it to you all so that I can ask, this is what we anticipate our cost to be. The state, generally I know beforehand that things are looking good. So now when it becomes a little complicated is when it comes back and it has to function within Berrien County's financial system. MIDC is on a fiscal year and the county is on a calendar year, and MIDC uses about 8 funding categories in the county. I'm not sure of the number, but it's substantial, probably 40 or 50, and we have to find a way to put it into the county system so that it works. We rely heavily on Financial Services. They've been very, very helpful. So hopefully that answers that question.
Thank you.
Of course. This figure up here in the right, change versus 2022 guidance. What I believe that number is you all may remember when we submitted our FY22 plan to the state, there was a discussion about Our office supervises, administers family division attorney contracts. Those are not part of our budget. Those are contracts between the county and independent groups of attorneys that cover juvenile delinquency, abuse, neglect, those things. So at various parts of the year, I spent a lot of time on that. Because logistically, it made sense for our office to help with that. I help to negotiate the contracts, write the contracts. If there's a complaint, I look into it. We make sure they're in compliance with their contracts. We're a point of contact for the court to contact us rather than reaching out to corporate counsel. So as a part of that, they said to me, Paul, we know you work more than 40 hours a week, so we're just assuming you donate your time on this, but we'd prefer you do it in a different way. Okay, well, how much time do you spend on it? My estimate was perhaps 5% of my time. And my chief assistant, perhaps 3%, and our office administrator, perhaps 1%, because she has to input in the monthly invoices. And so that was my way of reconciling that was to say, well, we are not asking for any salary increases, but perhaps a portion of our salaries could be attributed to that work, 5, 3, and 1%. And that figure I submitted to the state was $9,720. So I don't know why it's a little lower, but that's what I think that number is. That's beyond the county's local share, the $569,000 that is the county's statutory obligation for this whole project. But it allows us to, not say we're donating our time. We can do this work without MIDC saying, hey, you need to account for your time on that, and we need to take it out of your funding. So that's what that number is. So special revenue funds, my understanding of this is just looking at our grant funding, which these numbers are very close to the combined, which was the first slide. I'll go back and see it's very, very close. Financial services they come up with a plan as to how to allocate the local share. And it looks like, not a significant portion of it went to that's why those numbers are a little bit lower. But anyway, special revenue funds, that's our grant funding. That reflects the increase in personnel costs, primarily salaries and benefits for everyone, but also the new positions, purchase service and charges, our lease, and the increase in attorney contracts, conflicts, and also that $170,000 for overspending protection for the county. That money goes directly to the county in the event that we have gone over our budget, which at this point, as we come, the end of our budget is September 30th. So we look okay for now, and thankfully, but we shall see. So this number here, this is my explanation for what I believe that the impact on the general fund is. The 2022 guidance, us going over by $7,907. I very much believe that is attributable to the family division, work that we do. And then this right here, capital projects, these are all, as I understand it, totally attributed to the grant. This is equipment for the new staff positions, 3 staff positions, furniture. Now that furniture number actually, since that requires some explanation. When we moved, we built temporary workstations using cubicles from the 1980s. And I had an email from Building and Grounds where I was able to show to the state, we need new furniture so it all matches everybody. We had cubicles from the 1980s that we reconstituted, and we're using those now in about half of our offices. They work well, but they don't have storage, and they're just not the same as the rest. So that number reflects that everybody will have a matching desk and chair and client chair. Now the numbers below that are computers, Surface Pro's phones, and software for the 3 new positions. So I feel like I'm just talking. Are there any questions?
Yes. You're talking avocado green?
What's
the old 70s, 80s avocado?
Yeah, absolutely. With like the felt, you can put push pins in them, and I mean absolutely.
If I can.
Yes.
I would like to know, does it have any food stamps on it?
The what?
That furniture.
I'm not sure. I could look under one.
Come upstairs, I'll show you mine.
Okay.
You have an office.
You got walls and doors.
You got a door, you got a window. I got one.
How are the staffing positions coming? Are you getting qualified applicants?
Yes, we have, I think, 6 attorney applicants for the 2 positions and 5 for the social worker. Yes.
You have one social worker
We
already.
have 1 social worker now, Miss Denise Lane. She's been in our community for more than 20 years. She's awesome. I very much wish you could hear her speak at some point. I hopefully can arrange that. She's inspiring. Yes.
Yeah, I have one question. The person right underneath you, deputy, who is that?
Jolene Weinervetter is our chief assistant.
Thank you.
Yes.
Something I was gonna ask a minute ago. Do you deal with our IS department? Is that
Yes.
computers and all that?
Yes,
That's what I want to know how you connect.
all the quotes and everything were from them. Yes.
Yes, yeah, thank you, that's what I was.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if there's anything else here.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you again. I appreciate it. I remembered this time.
Yeah, good.
Thank you very much, Paul, for your presentation. I've
Thank
been
you.
asking all of the different departments to just give us a idea of FTEs, so full-time equivalents, and what open positions you may have in your department.
So right now we're at 24 full-time employees. We are looking to add the 3. They're posted now, so 27. I don't believe we have any vacancies at this time. We just filled 1 assistant public defender position with a very qualified young attorney from the east side of the state.
Mhm.
She moved her family over here. She's very excited to be here. And I think most of our applicants are local for the 3 new positions. Beyond that, we've got, probably a total of about 20 independent contractors that we work with quite a bit, attorneys.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good job. Look at you getting done early. Man,
I don't want anybody to think anything wrong.
it's because it was your budget. That's why we did it that
Oh,
way.
I see. Oh.
So I'm gonna skip,
Question, ma'am?
sorry.
I made note of that too, that there was 3 or 4 departments so far that have stated their costs because of not having in-house corporate counsel. Didn't we fix that?
I'm gonna talk to you.
Didn't you post a position, or didn't you or the leadership make the decision that you're gonna do it in-house now?
We wrote it down on a piece of paper. That helps
did?
them. I did. I came here with that and he came with it, and we're hearing that.
So I guess my question is, did we fix it?
No, we're on it.
We're not. We didn't.
So it's posted,
Yeah,
it is
That's what
posted
I thought.
again,
Did
right,
we post the position?
but
It's not
this,
fixed though.
and not knowing how that's going to turn out, that's just kind of, I just am
So-
bringing it to your attention as a full board, that's all.
But I guess my question to Brian was, hasn't the decision been made that we are at least attempting to hire
Yes.
someone to fill that position in-house?
Yes.
That we're not gonna contract anymore?
So
Okay.
as Annette was starting to say, we have posted the position, we are receiving applications. We have also dusted off the 2020 applicants. We're trying through some communications by me to the 2020 applicants to see if those folks are still interested. Over the last 3 weeks-ish, we have now had incoming applications from some local and some non-local attorneys who are interested in corporate counsel. I would anticipate that as we get into the fall, we will be setting up an interview panel and beginning the process of interviewing those applicants. Further, I have notified Judge Duane of the decision. I've notified Cod Sangster that this is the direction that we're moving. I've also asked if Judge Duane is willing to stay on in a special counsel relationship for anywhere from 3 to 6 months as we begin that handoff. It's going to be important that Cod Sangster spend some time with the incoming person to make sure that they're aware of all of the current litigation, all of the potential litigation, and that there is a smooth transition. Did that answer your question?
Yes, and I'll go back to maybe, was there a point in time when we did not have a corporate counsel when it was contracted?
Yes.
How long ago?
Before McGovern.
And there was Donna Howard.
Oh, Donna.
So you
Donna,
had,
and
so
she
you
ran for
had
judge.
Mac Elliott, you had Mac Elliott as a part-time before he was a commissioner again. He was a part-time corporate counsel.
So the first full,
Tom Byerly was one.
so the first full-time in-house corporate counsel we had was Donna Howard?
After,
Okay,
yes.
because Mac was all part-time and before that it was the
But Mac
prosecutor's
wasn't
office?
it when I first got on.
When I started the county.
He was part-time, before he was a commissioner, he was our part-time corporate counsel.
So did he come back on when I came back on? And somebody-
Judge Duane was after Donna Howard and between Donna and Jason.
That's how they did it.
Madam Chair?
It was Mac. He was,
I wasn't here.
he was part-time.
I know, Madam Chair,
Maybe.
you need to listen to what Sharon has to say. She's talking about stuff that was done before Ray was even born.
Yeah, and that's what I want to know, because I only knew Donna Howard as the attorney, but I thought we made her that.
Yeah, and see,
So
when
I
I
don't know
first
who's
came on the
before
board,
her.
she was here and she was full-time. So that's why I was asking before that, because as long as I've been around, we've always had an
Donna.
in-house counsel.
Tom
When-
Byerly was with the prosecutor's office and the corporate counsel.
Nelson was.
So, yeah, it's been.
Okay.
When I get into the corporate counsel budget line, I'll give you a little bit of that history, but you guys sort of jumped the gun.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank
That's
you.
okay.
Please proceed.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip over the Michigan State because I don't know yet what's gonna happen there, but this one's just a pretty cut and dry.
So, yeah, this morning Julie and I made one change. We're gonna add $100 to her travel expense for Jamie. We're also gonna add $100 to her revenues. Those will offset. So there's net zero change, but the expense to revenue will go up by $100.
So this is just a little bit of the items and that kind of thing that we provide for that one staff person. And the
Yes,
other
okay.
part of that is mostly contractual, and that's the
Yeah.
work plan for Michigan State that you guys approve on an annual basis. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we pause there?
Oh, yep.
So I'm going to notify Julie Piak with MSU Extension. If there are any questions that between Annette and Ben we're not able to answer, I can have Julie come this afternoon. But if you all don't have questions, I'm going to tell her just to skip it.
We do. And what do? We give them $5,000? Is that what you all are saying?
It's just a little bit there for the
That's the
one person.
Jerry wants to ask around here.
Probably on her way.
In person.
Probably on her way here.
Yeah.
Well,
Continue.
Jamie's the first, yeah.
Yep.
Ask her about that $100.
Yeah, right. And so that's the work plan that we were talking about, that funding right there. All right, so the county administrator's budget. Pretty sure this one's ours, right? There's not really a whole lot there. Materials and supplies, I'm sorry, purchase services and charges is really all there is. And the breakdown to that is right there. There's some contractual dues and membership. These are for Brian and the different organizations that he belongs to. A telephone cell line that covers that expense. His travel. There is a little bit in there for employee training if necessary. And then that usage fee software, that's a relatively new charge, but that's handed down through IS. They let us know what we have to plug in there.
Question?
Yes, Commissioner.
Is there room in that budget for additional dues? Because if everyone recalls, we had talked about the three main.
That's in your budget,
And we
Jim.
never made it.
That's coming.
Oh,
That's
that's
not part of his budget. This is just the county administrator's budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Everybody.
So here's the corporate council one. We went ahead and plugged an amount in here for salary and the benefits.
There's a vacancy.
Right? There is the one vacancy. There's only one person in that department. There is Shelley referred to Betsy Seltner as now being the payroll coordinator. So the personnel assistant is also legal assistant if we have somebody in that position. And then I also work very closely with corporate counsel on their needs also. This is basically the only extras besides the salary part is, office supplies, books, the dues and memberships, travel, employee training. So occasionally we have to do some postage for some FOIAs and that kind of thing, and then recording fees or filing fees in the courts, that goes through that as well. So that gives you there's the history I was just talking about. The original budgeted amount, now this is actually technically not in the corporate council budget, but it's very closely related and it actually falls into your budget. So the original budgeted amounts for those years is on the left and the actuals that were spent is on the right. And so you will see there that in 2020, we budgeted 47. We actually spent 197 for 06. And for this year, and we talked about this last year's budget hearings, we didn't know what was going to happen in 2021. So we plugged the $60,000 in there, but we have since transferred in an additional 244. That came from the salary line item. Part of that came from the salary line item for corporate counsel. And then, so our current actual in that line item is 131, but I have about 4 invoices that are not paid yet. That's going to substantially increase that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question?
Yep.
So what did we spend total on corporate counsel in 2020?
That's the actual amount right there in the legal service, the legal services. Now that's not just corporate counsel, that's legal services as a whole.
Okay.
So if you wanted to see that broke down further, I can do that. I can tell you exactly how much was paid to every outside.
But these numbers don't reflect that. They don't break it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just for clarification, so Cott Sangster is the firm where Judge Dwayne works. Cott Sangster is who has been providing Judge Dwayne to the county. But as Judge Dwayne's health has had him not available, Cott Sangster has provided additional labor. In addition to Cott Sangster, we also have John Axe with Clark Hill, who's provided service. Some of his partners have been providing service via Clark Hill. So as you look at the 197 number, just know that it's not just Clark Hill.
And then
I'm
that
sorry,
other,
Cott
that other local attorney that does our.
Straub,
Yep.
Stephen Allen, yep.
Straub, that's in there?
Yep.
Yep.
Not include the employee that was here, correct? Just outside.
Correct, that's just outside. The part where we move the salary from corporate counsel was in 2021.
Okay.
When you were continuing to use the outside counsel. So we took the salary part from that and added it into there, and then.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just would request to find out the exact total, and you can just email it to me, I don't want it right now, of what we have been paying for our corporate counsel. Because when we did have an in-house corporate counsel, we still had John Axe.
We had.
So I don't want to know about that. I'm just talking about what we have spent to date on 2021 for the corporate counsel person and/or / contracted firm.
You want that just for 2021?
We're going to have, let me say, we're going to discuss this heavily in our finance committee. And if you send something to one commissioner, it should go to all, but I'd like to hold on and have it brought to our finance committee to talk about all of it.
That's fine, I just wanted to know that particular figure, I don't want to know about John Axe.
Yeah, so I want you to hold on for a minute.
I'm working on actually.
And bring it to the whole finance
collaborating that
committee.
information, so.
Terry, you agree? Scott, Barbara, and John Hinkleman, we need to talk with you.
Mm-hmm.
That's on my list.
Okay.
Heavily. Thank you. And to hear today, and this is all I was hearing was plus attorneys, and we can usually go in the room and ask and da. If you do that and add up the time it's taking to email and wait for an answer, and then one time I saw somebody saying, I've got other things I'm doing. I thought, whoa, so, I'm on this.
And so, actually, I forgot to say this, in the county administrator budget, there's two, and it's Brian and I, and we fall in that category. And then there's just the one for corporate counsel, and then as I move into yours, so you will see in Board of Commissioners, so this is for your per diems and salaries and all of that, that's what makes up, so it's all 12 of you. However, you'll see the error that you have a lot of numbers built into your budget for, it's kind of an across the board sort of thing. So when, like Shelley talked about only having $200 in her office supplies line item, if we need to order more badges or more lanyards or something like that, it will fall into this category. So, basically your budget consists of those things that are listed. And those are the numbers and kind of how they're broke down. You will see in the membership and subscriptions, this is what you were talking about, Jim, that the MAC membership and the MTA membership comes out of that line. And if you were looking to expand that into additional ones, then I guess probably we should have that conversation so that we can budget that accordingly if that's what we're looking to do. But that's what's in there right now, is just those two memberships, and then the news service or the newspaper subscription, they all fall into that category.
If I may say, I appreciate the breakdown in that, because I remember when I was first elected, I saw the line item, it was almost 300,000 for the board. And I was like, wow, well, then I find out everything is everything that's under that line item. So it's like, we don't get $300,000 a year, people.
No, you don't.
Yeah. So thank you for that, Annette, I appreciate it.
Sure. So like the advertising, for example, we have to post every week. There's a table right outside there. If you could set it right there. Thank you. I'll be right there. advertising is like every week we have to post something in the Berrien County Record that says that your minutes are available in the clerk's office. Well, that's really comes from the clerk, but the advertising of that comes out of your budget. And so things like that fall in that area. If we were to advertise for the corporate counsel position and pay for advertising, that would come out of that line item as well. And then, there's some other ones, like your mileage reimbursement comes out of your travel, your lodging for conferences, if you get reimbursed for meals, that kind of thing. Your per diems actually fall up above into the personnel part. That's why you're not seeing that, because that's not something I have any control over. I use averages of like 3 years to budget, for where these numbers come from. It's kind of where they're at.
Just pause for a second.
So I believe, yeah. So, the only thing, and I guess I wasn't sure where this done, I have never scheduled any or talked about a capital or anything like that. I don't even know if this is an appropriate thing, but I just wanted to let you know this is on the horizon. So when we redid all of the audio in this room, we talked about having, easier furniture to move around to make this room more usable in different ways. These tables are very obnoxious. These chairs, of course, are very dated. I hate to bring up chairs because I know everybody else has already done that. But so we did work on I wanted to work with the people who did the stuff at the county conference room because I like those tables. I mean, this is what I've been using for 18 months now. Really nice. I can move it wherever we need to. We can rearrange it. So you might hear me come back and talk to you about that in the future. So, any questions? Good?
I like that on the other side. And
Isn't that nice?
is that when we're gonna have our annual hog roast?
I think, yeah, exactly. All right.
Okay.
Yep.
I had a question, but it's probably more directed toward Brian. And it's not about FTEs. David. No, it's not about the refrigerator. Oh, my goodness. My question to you is, in the Board of Commissioners budget, contractual services, like engineering studies, things like that. So we have a few things that are going on, strategic planning and Jim and his consulting that is in that budget item there. And then I think there was one other thing that's going out for RFP or.
The capital planning?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that will all be notated in the 2022 budget in that line item?
On capital planning, we'll need to have a discussion if we're pushing that onto buildings and grounds versus onto the board. I don't know yet, but with the sheriff's budget, there was an inclusion for some engineering work that we intentionally plugged in there just to assist the EOC as some concepts are coming together. So we do already have budget set up for that. And then as we work to finalize our bid recommendation on the capital plan, we'll finalize that number and then just plug it in. We'll either run it through county admin, county board, or buildings and grounds. Yeah.
Other questions?
Audit is one of those too, that comes, doesn't it come out of the board, the
Yeah.
audit charge every year, that comes out of your line items. Yeah, that number comes from them. I don't have any control over that.
And let me ask this then, I just thought of some audits we're doing deeper, that forensic or whatever, does that come out of the administration budget?
For the what?
Forensic audit?
I don't know. Doug, does that come out of, where's that come out of?
A forensic audit?
So it's
Of
being
what we're
billed through COT Sangster. So any forensic work gets pushed under COT Sangster, they're the contract holder, and that then is just a pass-through billing.
I can talk about the mayor. And our director of parks, Bill Adams. I've been asked, I'll tell you later. Am I on?
Yep.
I have all these ones.
There, that makes sense. Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and get started with Parks and Recreation. I do have pictures later in the slideshow, but first we'll talk through some of the numbers. County Parks has 7 different properties spread throughout the county, and our current properties and programs fit this purpose statement quite well. We do have a natural resource-based park system, and we do provide special facilities. We provide quite a variety of services and recreation opportunities, and we do contribute to the well-being, health, and attractiveness of Berrien County. In our department, we employ 11 full-time staff, and we employ 45 to 50 part-time and seasonal staff. Some of the opportunities I see in 2022 in the near future, one of them is exploring a public and private partnership investment for Silver Beach, specifically improvements to the concession stand and the playground. Doing this will provide more services that are being requested from our visitors. It will focus on the safety of Silver Beach and also be a potential revenue source to put towards some of these other projects that we have going on. Another opportunity that we have is 2 of our parks. We've gained some new land. We've acquired some new land at Paw Paw River County Park in Watervliet. There's land awaiting us to get to and develop. And at Madeline Bertrand, we are finishing up the acquisition this fall and excited about developing that one as well. And then third, you heard about a little bit earlier from Dan Fetty. Michigan is updating their solid waste laws, and I see some opportunities locally to bring recycling and materials management, bring it to the area, enhance what we already have. I do see some opportunities there, likely to come to us in 2023. And then among some of the risks and issues that we regularly talk about, we do have some aging park infrastructure in most of our parks. A lot of deferred maintenance. We deal with things as they come about, and the larger things we take care of to try to keep our parks safe and open. We have set a pretty high standard at our county parks, and we would like to keep that high standard. I'm also concerned about the staff availability to handle the acquired property that we currently have. There's some great potential for other properties and acquisitions that we may have in the future, and the staff to handle those properties as well as the maintenance needs to be addressed. And our third bullet there is also about staff. Next summer, I am a little concerned about our temporary and seasonal staff. I anticipate it being a pretty competitive market, and we hire 45 to 50 seasonal staff. We want quality staff, and I'm a little concerned about finding those folks and paying them properly. And then finally, the last bullet on this list, I'm excited to, but I'm also hesitant, anticipating meeting the expectations of the growing parks and recreation trends. We've seen increased visitors to our parks in 2020 and 2021. We've seen some upcoming fantastic opportunities that could potentially come our way, and I want to make sure that we're able to meet those expectations when those programs and properties are available. Parks essentially has 5 budgets or orgs, I think they're called, orgs. And so I made a slide for each of those, and I'll go through those quickly. The park operation budget comes from the user fees, the parking fees, and the rentals that we have at the parks. And we did some redistribution of personnel costs and services and supplies between this budget and the next budget. So you'll see some funding has changed where it's listed under the parks budget. And I can just say that with some of the redistribution of costs and increase of costs for services and gas, there's just a number of changes that we are going with and dealing with. I'm sure you've heard that from other departments as well. The next budget is the PA 90 millage funding for parks. And like I said, we've redistributed some of the funding from the parks operation fund to this fund, including some of the personnel costs. And we do anticipate utilizing about $62,000 of this special fund balance in 2022. The third one here is the Historical Association in Berrien Springs. Pretty straightforward. There's about $92,000 of administration fees that go to this association, and we budget about $15,000 for repair services from the Parks Department to this facility. The funding for this comes from the PA 90 millage funding. This is for the environmental affairs, the landfill use fund dollars that come to parks to coordinate the recycling programs and recycling drop-off centers. We currently pay 20% of one full-time staff person out of this budget, and most of the services, the costs go to contractual services for the recycling drop-off and for the collection programs that we hold. We do anticipate using about $15,000 of the fund balance in 2022.
Sure. Recycling, there's sometimes you charge for things like TVs and stuff. Or you say you can make a donation. But that money, what do you do with that money?
That charge, when we have a community collection event, we charge for 3 items, and that fee comes from our vendor. So the fee that's collected at our event goes straight to the vendor. That's a fee they have on those items specifically. So the people that come and drop materials off essentially pay the vendor directly. Yeah, it's, if we added that, if we took on that cost at our events, it would be $2,000 to $3,000 more per event. And we just simply don't have the funds. So this was a way that we can have the event, have the vendor on site, pay for the labor, but the individual has to pay for a certain item that they drop off. Yeah. And finally, the Clean Sweep Pesticide Grant. That one is this is a grant we've had since 1996. It's an annual state-funded grant for the safe disposal of pesticides. I've been told that we will be granted $30,000 again, which is very typical for Berrien County. Sometimes we've used all of the money. Sometimes we've used more than, and we were able to request more funds, and we've been granted more funds. Often we are between 20 and 30,000. So 30,000 is a great number for us for Berrien County. And we will be doing this program again in 2022. Here's a small list of items that we sort of prioritize for 2022, capital as well as projects that we wanted to make sure we plan for, regardless of other types of funding that have been discussed.
Commissioners, it should be noted that I encouraged her to lead with the trailer.
I was gonna say, does that trailer hold a lift truck?
I couldn't help it.
I was gonna add a picture of it, of that situation, but I.
Not necessarily a good thing, because we're this thing with this Papa Lake boat, he's not getting it.
Okay.
Multiple years, so.
Well, I'm hoping this trailer fits everybody's expectations. We are in need of a trailer. Our trailer is aging and it is time to get replaced. So for maintenance projects around the 7 properties. Some of the other items on this list are regular items that we purchased, like walk behind blowers. We have a lot of sand that gets out of place that needs to be replaced, put back in place. Picnic tables and grills are common purchase each year. A couple projects that we're looking at, the dune walkway at the north end of Silver Beach was washed out when the water levels were high, and we'd like to get that replaced. And then we have some parking lot and entrance road repairs at Madeline Bertrand that we're looking at as well. The electronic equipment at Love Creek is necessary at this point. The naturalists there were able to do some online Zoom programming with schools last year, and they dissected owl pellets over Zoom with a class in Niles, and it went well, but the Wi-Fi was spotty, so we're trying to make that a little bit more efficient, realizing that this might be a regular occurrence.
Madam Chair, question while we're here on this? Oh, go back a page. The ski equipment, didn't we just buy ski equipment last year?
We did. We received a donation for replacement ski equipment at Love Creek. Madeline Bertrand also has cross-country skiing. Their equipment is getting to the end of its life as well. So that would be a purchase that we'd like to make in 2022.
Okay. I just thought I remembered that we just did ski equipment. I'm like, it only lasts a year?
We did. It's beautiful. You should come out and try it at Love Creek and hopefully soon at Madeline Bertrand as well.
My question to you in trying it would be how close a ambulance could get to me.
And we sold, didn't we sell the
used equipment?
We sold the used equipment and that went well.
It did go well, yeah. A revenue source for us to put back into the program.
Do you have any more questions of the park department? I would like for you to tell us about the recycling that's going on this Saturday.
Sure. I do have some picture slideshow here to continue as well, but as far as the recycling, we do have a community recycling event on Saturday at Silver Beach this weekend. Runs from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and we are collecting hard foam, electronics, and household chemicals and batteries. We expect about 525 to 550 cars to come through during those 4 hours. And it's a drive-through service. We request people not to get out of their vehicles. We've got people to unload items. So we've been there 5 or 6 years now in September, and it's a great, well-attended location for this event.
And you take pills, medicine also?
We do. Any type of home medical waste we can accept.
I'm gonna have you got you too.
Okay.
When you take pills and medicine like that, how is that recorded?
How is it recorded? It's for reporting purposes or?
Well, I mean, I don't understand, sorry, I missed it, but if you're giving.
It says that there's needles, that it should be in a corrugate or in a jar.
Does it go right into
It does. We request people to, if it's in a bottle, dump it in a baggie. That means what the folks that are accepting it don't know what it is. We know it's medical waste. It goes into a container. When the container is full, it's sealed. It's marked for the transportation that they need to put their markings on the bin. And most of the medical waste that's accepted actually goes to medical waste incinerator. So it gets physically destroyed. Good question.
And then it's getting incinerated.
And mine are little vials of inhalation for asthma.
Yes.
That expired.
We can take those as well.
Out of the box.
Out of the box, remove your name. Yeah, any way to kind of remove your name or any personal information is a good idea.
That's a lot. Yeah. Tell us, what is this?
Well, I've got a picture slideshow, and I've done a number of picture slideshows for parks. I usually showcase the beauty of our 7 parks properties, but fortunately or unfortunately, here's an opportunity for me to focus on the areas that we need to improve on and possibly invest in the near future. I just picked 3 or 4 items from each park to showcase today. This is, we'll start with Galeen River County Park in New Buffalo. And this park is about 8 years old. The lower boardwalk is exposed to Michigan weather all year long. And the last couple of years, it's been exposed to it from the underneath up with some flooding. And we are getting a lot of rotting boards and issues. That's a regular occurrence for our maintenance. So that has moved up our list on our maintenance concerns. The wood posts at Galeen River also pose problems when they expand and contract. The posts may fall out, and that causes issues with the railing requirements for heights. So again, it's something we address regularly.
How often does that lower one flood out? Is that a yearly thing, or is it just every once in a while? Because when we had those big.
Yes, it's rare to get all the way up to the boardwalk, but it's been pretty close a number of years. Yeah, to get over is rare.
This is not a recent picture.
It's not. It's
No,
winter,
because
yeah.
the water's a few feet, 2.5 feet, 3 feet down now, I guess, in the lake. So since that's the Galeen watershed, it gets any backup also. Yeah, so, and that, I don't think that trend isn't gonna happen yet for another 7+ years. That it'll have the opportunity to get that high again.
Can I write that down?
So I will add.
No, because these are all estimates.
So I will add from the
I'm just
Parks
kidding. Yeah,
Board,
I
we
understand
saw some of the boards at the last Parks Board meeting, and they're bad.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I
As
understand.
you're waiting for a lawsuit.
Moving on at Galeen River County Park as well. This is such a regional draw. This park is incredible. And at this point, we do have toilet facilities. They're the portable toilets. We would like to improve those slightly, at least to vault toilets if possible. And then if we are able to get into phase 2 of the project and possibly build a nature center in that area, of course, that would be even grander infrastructure. But at this point, it's such a beautiful park, and these are the facilities that we're offering to our guests.
Brian, you said it was like $30,000 to build a vault.
Yeah.
Restroom for this.
Like what's at Rocky Gap? Is that what?
That's, yeah, the Rocky Gap vault restrooms. It could be potential grant opportunities there to help offset the cost.
So the MNRTF, if we were to do a rec passport or a full-on grant application, this is one that would probably be well received.
Yes, Commissioner Harris.
Is the township halls across the street, are they on a sewer system over there?
They have running water. I don't know if it's sewer system or if it's.
I've brought up a
Well.
potential partnership with Michelle Height. I think she's willing to talk to us, but because you would be crossing the street.
I know there's a grant opportunity annually down there for infrastructure type stuff in that area.
With the Poke in?
No, it's a private individual who's got money at the Bering Community Foundation. And so we've struggled with some of the projects down there to make an award.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm not really sure about the sewer, but I would almost want to say no. The sewer plant is just down from the township hall to the right on Kruger Road. But when we were discussing broadband internet, there was no way to get the broadband internet from the US 12 Red Arrow intersection to New Buffalo Township Hall because of a pesky little thing called Amtrak. And Amtrak wouldn't let them bore underneath or go above because they say that they own that space all the way up to infinity. So I mean, it's crazy. But if I remember correctly, and Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but Brian Bailey brought us this. And I thought a lot of these vaults and some of these other repairs in the parking lot and that were going to be done if and when a park millage got increased, correct? Do I remember that correctly?
Yeah, I think Brian did tie it to a.
Yeah. Yeah, and he did, but that didn't go through, did it? I mean, right. And they were asking.
We didn't bring it.
They were asking the board to do it because we had a certain authority and that wasn't done.
No.
And then it never got, but if I remember correctly, that was, and that parking lot area and the vault toilets were supposed to be in there.
I think essentially the pandemic hit and that all got put on hold and the board said, no, we're not gonna do anything with it right now because we do have some room to increase it without going back to the voters.
Right.
And I think that's what we were talking about. And we put all that on hold because of the pandemic.
We didn't want to do that without the permission from the community. We weren't going to go any further with this. You can do it without asking.
With all these additions though to that park then should become a permit required park. We're gonna have all those facilities. So just like Silver Beach, just like Love Creek, just like Madeline Bertrand, correct?
One more slide on Galeen River, the switchback trail that leads from top to bottom or bottom to top. It does have a number of washout areas, and that is another larger project that we will need to address sooner than later.
That hill is all clay, by the way. That's my old stomping grounds, my old hunting grounds in there. That hill is all clay, so there's no two ways. That base is gonna last.
And I do believe we have plans for all of that. Do we have drawings and plans?
Yes, some of it's sort of been deferred. This has been on the list for a while and it's catching up with us, so.
But from the original architect?
Yes.
I didn't have all that.
Yep. The History Center at Courthouse Square in Berrien Springs is by nature old. And we want it to be old, but we do need it to be safe as well. Sidewalks are an issue for us, and we would like to address those sooner or later. The aspect of the visitors and safety there, but also our staff with cleaning these sidewalks off in the winter with the salt and the ice, and it's become a hazard concern there. Mm-hmm. The History Center sign could have some improvements made as well, and we do have since this is a county park, we would like this park to be consistent, have a consistent look with our other parks as well. So would like to address the sign. When you arrive at this property, the first thing you see is the beautiful fence that goes around the outside of the grand courthouse, and it is definitely in need of repair in many parts. And that is something to a point our internal maintenance can take care of, but it's getting a little beyond at this point to put off.
Question?
Mm-hmm.
Go back to that picture. That post there is worn off at the bottom. Is that what you're saying?
That's one example of.
Well, no, I was just saying, this is a building and grounds issue, and since they were the ones that damaged it with the weed whackers, make them replace it.
Okay.
Because that is a weed whacker. Trust me, I have a few of those myself that I've done personally. Just saying.
Question?
Yes.
Do you have a concept on the sign? I mean, I know what our park sign will look like that or similar to that.
Similar look, I believe. We would like to have a consistent look, and it does need to fit in with the ambiance of the location as well. So
do you have a concept drawing?
It may general concept, but we don't want to take away from the integrity of the overall look of the location.
Or the 18 whatever year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then we did some work on the windows on the courthouse, but the other buildings, the windows and the doors have areas of disrepair. Sunlight is streaming in on some of those areas into the building, so there's a lot of issues that come along with that. Love Creek County Park in Berrien Springs. Recently, a few years ago, we acquired the Simpson property, and along with that property came this incredible hunting cabin. Right now, it's just closed off and it's not being used, and it really is an eyesore. What we would like to do with this is make this a draw out in the middle of our park for skiers or bikers or hikers, make it an open air picnic shelter with a working fireplace. The fireplace was built by Mrs. Simpson, finding the rocks and building that fireplace. So we would like to keep that in play. And right now, it's just been sitting there since we acquired the property and has a lot of potential. A few of our boardwalks around Love Creek are in desperate need of repair, and also our marsh overlook deck needs to be replaced. These are essential for school groups that come out and do projects and programs out there, and we want to make sure that it's safe. Madeline Bertrand County Park in Niles, this is the entrance road upon this beautiful park. We would like to address the disrepair that we are seeing, as well as the parking. This park is becoming more attractive for large groups like cross-country meets, bicycling groups, disc golf tournaments, any given sunny summer day with the picnic shelters. And there is room to add parking at this with a little bit of taking down a berm and reconfiguring a few things. And we would like to add that amenity to this park. The playground at Madeline Bertrand is about 26 years old or so. Each year we have to buy replacement parts for this playground, and it's getting more expensive as we continue to go each summer. There is a pavilion at Madeline Bertrand called the River Shelter, and this is the walkway up to this beautiful river shelter that overlooks the St. Joseph River. And the river shelter itself has been on our list for a few years now, with some pending safety concerns because of the age of this and the integrity of this pavilion. Actually, a quick story about the river shelter. This shelter is the furthest away from restrooms at this park, and the managers at this park reported to me that in 2020 and 2021, this pavilion was rented more than ever before because the other pavilions were also rented, and people were looking for outdoor space for their gatherings. So this pavilion was even more popular the last couple of years. And then finally, from Madeline Bertrand, we acquired 32 acres north of the park, and the managers there are just excited about getting access to this land and creating trails and recreation opportunities for their visitors.
Would the trail go to St. Joe River? Is St. Joe River running by this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not a good picture, but yes. Actually.
That's not the St. Joe River.
No. That's not.
It's bigger than that.
A tributary.
What water is that bit?
That is the St. Joe River.
Oh, okay.
The next one.
That's what I thought.
is just
Yeah.
a small creek.
Yeah, that's a creek on the land. Yeah. Pawpaw River in Watervliet is our newest park. It is an incredible park if you've not been
Were
able
you
to
in an airplane?
We didn't have a drone company. A generous drone company gave us photos.
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
they're beautiful. We have other ones as well. And the main thing at this park, there's a couple things. The parking lot itself, we've noticed, especially this year, we weren't able to open it. We had to keep it closed an additional month before we dry it out so that the parking lot didn't become a ruddy, muddy mess. And we would like to address that issue and make this park available to people longer throughout the year. And then the porta potty picture, again, we do have these facilities there, but there's potential to at least upgrade some of these facilities for our guests.
Yes,
Can
Commissioner.
you go back one picture,
Sure.
Jill? From the diamond to the island, is that all one piece? Is this where we as commissioners went after they set that piece? That's all one piece?
Yes.
But that's as far as it went. The rest of it was not completed at that time, is that correct? Or was it just connecting it?
In this photo, or
Yeah,
the ribbon,
or just a different part?
Pawpaw River up in Watervliet, we had the ribbon cutting right across the bridge.
Yeah.
They were fishing right there, that day we were there.
Okay.
Is that the Enders property? Well, how do I know that?
Nope, I got a picture of that actually coming up.
That's a different property that we're adding to it.
But it is in Waterville, the Enders. I just know names of things, Miller.
Commissioners, we're starting to fall behind schedule, so.
I can stop it?
No, please.
Okay. Here's the Enders property. Right across this river is land that the county parks owns, and we'd like to get that developed and accessible. Rocky Gap has shown some major erosion concerns due to the high water levels, a little beyond the scope of our maintenance staff to be able to handle. Silver Beach has a number of items as well. Our playground is about 28 years old and needs replacement parts yearly. Our concession stand was built in 2003 as a temporary structure, was meant to be built onto and grow, and it's wood in those elements, and it's definitely, we've outgrown the space. The roofs are looking a little bit rough, and the northern area, the sidewalk in the northern part of the park has been washed out, and that is something we'd like to address in 2022. And 2 of our facilities flood when it rains, and the water can get up to about a foot inside the building. This is our maintenance barn where we store all our tractor and all our equipment, and it floods when it rains. So some big things that we would like to address. I just want to point out in 1996, when we had 4 parks, we had 10 full-time staff. We've added 3 parks and a number of additional property spaces at our current parks. And now we have 11 full-time staff. So a little overwhelming. We're making it happen. We're making it happen, but I would like to see if we do plan to grow in any way, this staffing is something I think we need to address.
Yeah.
Members of the board, just as a quick follow-up, as we go through that capital planning review, parks is going to be something that I'll be pushing heavily to you. We are facing some maintenance costs that are beginning to stack. We are also facing some pressure that as we've added parks, we had planned phases 2, 3, 4, and we have not advanced on those plans. So MNRTF is absolutely a funding mechanism, but sometime in the near future, we're gonna wanna sit and talk with you all about building out the 2nd and 3rd phases and having a conversation about the use of those millage dollars. Before we go any further, I did want to just give a quick plug to Jill. You all know her. You all love her. Just in the last day, a representative from Senator Peters' office was asking questions about recycling. Jill immediately jumped into the conversation, was able to provide that staff for a whole lot of information on how recycling works down here. In addition to that, I know that the lady that took over from me in South Haven has regularly leaned on Jill for advice and guidance on water rescue, on lifeguards, et cetera. What I'm trying to say in kind of a roundabout way is Jill's been great to work with, but moreover, she really is taking on a role of a resident expert on all things related to parks and recycling. So this is me just saying, good job, Jill.
Thank you.
She's awesome.
I might add, I've known that for the last 4 years. Since we serve on the same committee together.
Yes.
I think she's also instrumental in guiding us out at the EOC.
I have nothing to do with that.
Hey, Jim, on my committee, the consortium, when she speaks, they all listen. Just saying.
Commissioner Freely?
The only thing I want to say, Jill, well, I guess a couple of things. Yes, I agree and echo the sentiments here. You are a wonderful resource. Our Parks Department in general you talk about the beauty that it adds and the attractiveness for Berrien County. It definitely helps us highlight those gems of places that we have within Berrien County. My only comment that I want to say is, going forward, we are talking about maintenance and capital improvements and things like that. Our road department has adopted this idea of asset management. I think this is another department that really makes sense to look at the life expectancy of those structures and assets that we have and how we bake that into long-term strategic planning.
Completely agree. So just like running a motor pool, if you buy all your vehicles at one time, they all wear out at the same time. You're seeing that right now. On the play equipment, that's got an expected lifespan. And Silver Beach is in the worst conditions possible. You've got blowing sand, you've got extreme heat, you've got extreme cold, and you got flooding. No surprise, it's at the point that it needs to be replaced. Those are high dollar pieces of equipment. And Joe's trying to manage this at multiple locations. So we've got some work to do, and we need to be staggering some of these purchases so they don't all hit at once.
And at Silver Beach with the sand, that cuts it in half. That cuts your life in half. Like that metal roof would be 25, 30 years or so. It's not gonna make it to that.
It's sandblast.
Yeah, it's sandblasting.
Yeah. All right, we are 5 minutes behind schedule.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I present to you the clerk of Berrien County. What is your title?
Diane Mensinger, Chief Deputy Clerk.
Chief Deputy. Because I thought about under sheriff, no, that's not. Chief Deputy Clerk. Please, however you'd like to come.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The county clerk's office has 5 budgets. The courts and the vital records are under the general with the elections. The campaign finance is a special fund. Usually when you see campaign finance, it's somebody who's not filling out their campaign finance reports, and we generate fees. Or we're also when people are paying filing fees. The concealed pistol license, really it has been on a major increase. It is a special fund. The money's what we keep is not allowed to go into the general fund nor that campaign finance. It has strict law guidelines to how it can be used. Like campaign finance, the concealed pistol license, campaign finance can be used for training, transportation when I go to workshops, meetings. The concealed pistol license, we are now, and then when we began it, we didn't have the monies what we had in the past. We have 1 full-time employee out there that allows us to do capable of that. The concern about the concealed pistol license, there's always legislation out there that some people want to just do away with the law of having a license and you can just carry. So it's always a hot topic in the legislators. I know there are probably 2 bills out there at this time who want to decrease the fee. From looking at the legislation, the decrease would be in what the monies received by the state. The other thing on the concealed pistol license, years ago, you had a gun board and it first went through the prosecutor's office, then the clerk's office. Now it's just the clerk's office. You get the application, we send it to the state looks into the background of the individuals, and then we sit there and tell the applicant whether they got it or not. We don't, and the letter is generated by the state police, and it will say that you've been denied or you'll get the license. When it's usually denied, it doesn't say what it's for, and we get some very interesting people when they're denied and they get very angry with my staff, and then we will give them a phone number. What I am seeing now in the concealed pistol license, the Michigan State Police is decreasing staff in that. So I see more and more items that we will be taking in that preparation since they're cutting back. And right now, I think the legislators in their budget has cut into that budget of the CPL license. So the purpose, that's the purpose statement, the opportunities, and I would say the big risks and issues is employment. I have 22 and a half employees. I am right now down 5 and a half, and no, you got to count Kira. Yeah. 4 and a half. And we could possibly see with an issue what we have, which I'll talk about a little later, possibly 3 more may be leaving. 1 will be retiring the beginning of next year. So that is going to be a major loss of knowledge, history, and it concerns me greatly. And our department, when you compare it to the trial courts, we are a step lower than them, and we are also in the union. and it makes it very difficult. Some of the positions that we have had available, my part-time election person has been open, is getting close to 1.5 years to 2 years. My court clerk too is 2 years. I have a front court. I'll tell you right now, with the election situation that we are, with the court issue, with the new software, I don't have the manpower to upgrade that new software because it takes 2 of my employees, and I have a manager and an assistant manager, and one's up for retirement. And when you sit there and say, we need to push this ahead, and right now with criminal court cases going in, I need them in the courts. Right now, my overtime is exceeded, and it is unbelievable. And I am very concerned if something doesn't change. Something's going to have to give. So, and also one other item which I want to note before we move to the next slide on the numbers. When felony probate spoke to you, they said they had 1 secretarial staff. They had 2 prior to COVID. They did not bring that back. The procedures, that individual was basically, I'm going to say it very bluntly, dumped on us. When the trial courts have a certain special project and they don't feel they have the manpower, it's pushed and forced onto us, and we have no out. And I'm going to meet with our administrator tomorrow to talk about that, because I have 1 employee who's doing that other full-time job and the other, and I would like to see a step increase before I lose her, and that would be the next one out. Because if it doesn't happen, it is a major situation, which is at hand. It's because the state cut back. So I will let you, that's my risks.
Okay, this shows a total of all 4 of our budgets. You can see it's our court and vital records is 2150, elections is 2620, 269-02150 is campaign finance. And the last one is the CPL.
Right.
Or did I flip those? So it shows you how things have been going up. The biggest difference of why there's an increase this year is due to the elections.
There will be a major election in 2022. Just between Republicans and Democrats, we saw probably an additional 12,000 additional votes. And this is why you're going to see these increases in election.
Okay, on general fund, like I said, it's courts, vital records, and elections. We're over budget by $136,000. 133 of that is in elections because of things that are being required of us. We have a lot of new state and federal security guidelines, but that's where the biggest increase is. This is our campaign finance and our CPL funds. We are now paying for the CPL position totally out of the CPL fund. For several years, general fund split the cost of benefits for that position, and we are no longer doing that.
We're fully funding that position at this time.
Why, excuse me, why do you think it's going to go down?
We've had, I hate to say it, but usually during presidential years, very frightened. If there are mass shootings, people get frightened and they go out and apply for the CPL license because they think they're going to lose their rights. And you can always see that really increase. We have our highest years of CPL license during a presidential election.
Okay. Yeah, because I just thought,
yeah. And since we are not seeing it. Now, if you start watching the state, like right now they're doing certain things. Right now they're looking at getting away from the license. Having a Republican House and Senate, and then you have a Democratic governor, I hate to say usually it gets vetoed. So people aren't as concerned it stays flat. Politics definitely play in CPL. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
So going down on this list, and I was kind of glad Parks was the first one to talk. Right now you're looking at why are my increases are costing me so much. I'm just going to tell you, have a Parks millage I think we're looking at anywhere from 8,000 to 15,000. So that would probably need to be added into my budget. So if you're gonna decide that, somewhere that's cost either has to go in your budget or my budget, would have to relook at it and by the number of ballots. So as we're looking, the first item on the per diem, I am going to, because of last year, we basically just made the canvassing dates. We canvass, the board canvassers canvass, they make the approval, not the county clerk. I'm just like the clerk to you, to the board of canvass. I have no power. I just make sure everything, like Annette, is there for those individuals to do their work. They canvassed on Saturdays and Sundays. We even brought in my staff to work overtime to help them read off the numbers and that, and then they would review. And it was really tedious. We also we did it virtually, and we also did it during the COVID times where the courthouse had a different set of rules than the county had, and it became a real kind of a political issue. The second item, what you have is we have an increase of $37,170 on coding. Coding costs have gone up. Prior to last year, we were still on a maintenance agreement because the equipment was new. So we were under that type of warranty. The warranty is gone. So we're on our own. Printing, that's an increase of $75,033. Why we say that, and it happened last year, we had a shortage of paper during COVID. We ended up with 2 printers because we couldn't get enough ballots at time and they were running out. We were going from one place to the other. Hopefully we have the right printer this time. We've got one in Michigan. They did have one in Detroit. Shipping costs, what we learned last year, this really angers me. If the clerks decide, and the clerks get to decide how many ballots, they get to decide if they want certain little colors on it or items like that to know which precincts, and if there's like 2 different state reps or there's 2 different county commissioners, so it can be a little color code. So they can design all that. So what we learned, they needed them early for the AV and the printers were slow. So we had to have it overnight by Federal Express. Well, with COVID, they shut their offices down. So when they shut their offices down, Sharon Tyler was over in South Bend at the Federal Express at midnight trying to get those boxes so that we could get the ballots and the AVs out. And thank God Federal Express worked with me and I could show that I worked in elections trying to get it. Because if their offices are closed and they put it on the website, Federal Express doesn't go to that municipality. They will hold it. So even though the clerk says, well, I'll be in the office, but if their website says they're closed, they still won't come. And this has been an issue that I have talked to the Secretary of State on, and I have talked to our supplier on. The other item which you see, public notices. The public notices that we have to print for the election, they've increased to about 12,000. If you have the parks, that'll increase. Equipment maintenance and repair, this is on the equipment. It will increase by 1,740. We didn't have those costs prior. The software has a contract of 4,400. So we're looking at an increase of $133,093. Also, we're on a VPN line. We do not have a modem in our equipment. So we are not part of the others, so just remember that. And the one thing is we cannot get a VPN line. That's a virtual network line. That's usually where the treasurers and taxes go through. They bring it in on election day. So when you go to the next page, under election laptops, we really need a laptop, and I'm hoping I can pay for this under campaign finance. With all the virtual learning and everything like that and training, our computers at our office, they don't have cameras, so only like one of these laptops have it. We're out on the road to different municipalities doing special training, teaching, even us being educated to be certified. our election administrator definitely needs that laptop because we are on the road. And we kept on trying to, IS was very good in borrowing it, but it was always challenging. And a lot of times when we got the laptop, the last person who used it left other stuff on it and created problems for us during training. And we need one that's just labeled just for election and not used for anything else. Office chairs, we're on the chairs too. These chairs are better than ours. So if you got new chairs, I would probably take your chairs first because our level is either on the floor or high and maybe not an arm and maybe so. So they are really outdated and with tears in them. So that's what I have for capital improvements, and I'm really grateful that my handicap for Niles was done a year ago, and it's wonderful. And especially with all the issues that we have in the world today, I'm very blessed to have that. Any questions?
I do.
Okay.
How many elections did you do last year, this year, and next year anticipated?
This year is a small one. We had a ballot proposal for Berrien Springs. We had a ballot proposal for Royalton. We have the city of Benton Harbor. They didn't have a primary for August. St. Joe City did. And then we'll have 2 elections for Benton Harbor and the city of St. Joe. Years ago, cities all had the choice of whether they wanted it on odd years or even years. Really, for a lot of cities, it was a cost savings because then you could kind of tap on some of the federal and the federal under a presidential election, we get certain reimbursements. But others decided to be solo. And then we also have what is an increase is schools. And last year we had a lot of school elections. Last year we were full blown.
And how many do you anticipate next year?
Every school will have an election.
Every school, every township will, some cities will. You've got the state office secretary, governor race, you got the Congress. You don't have any Senate races. You will have judgeships. It's gonna be.
So it's gonna be a lot like.
Right. Now, the last time we had the governor's race, we had proposal 3 of everybody that changed a lot of the election laws, which has created a lot of issues for clerks, and also created a lot of additional expenses. There was a price tag to that bill. So with that said, I don't see any, there might be a proposal coming out by the Republican Party on election regarding ID. So we might be seeing some state proposal there if you put the parks on there. Schools usually have it in the early part, like May. So it's going to be just about as big. And because of everything what is going on today and just watching last week's meeting, I would say we'll probably be at the same level of voters as we just saw.
On school publications, they do reimburse us, but if the county does a proposal, that's what.
And then I just kind of want to note something else. You know, everybody says, well, you've got, and I'm concerned as the census is coming out, you had more voters than you have people. Well, the qualified voter file, the county clerk really has very little control over it. It's all on the local and the state side. They won't even let me remove a death certificate when I have it. And there is legislation out there. So it usually takes anywhere from 8 to 12 years to remove anybody from the qualified voter file, even if you know that they're over in Arizona or Florida living. We still have it on. What happened in the last election, there was a lot of local clerks, and with the change, they made changes and the Secretary of State reinstated it back in. And also, when Ruth Johnson left, she cleaned it up. And because of the COVID, I believe our Secretary of State felt that we needed to re-enter them back in, and they were all placed into the qualified voter file. And that's what created more ballots. And right now we have more ballots. And also where you hear the myths and all the conversations, when she reinstated and all this change, birth dates did not follow. So when you're out there and you say, well, this person's 120 years old, they gave it a fictitious number like January 2nd, 1920 and put a date in there just to have a fill. And it has created a lot of miscommunication and media frenzy.
And then my last question is regarding all the redistricting that's going on from the census year. And how do you expect that to impact your elections and the costs involved?
That concerns me, and that could create more ballots, and it could create a big expense, depending on how many splits. If I have 2 additional Senate seats in Berrien County, right now I have 1, it could create more ballots, and I may need more ballots, so I may go over. I hate to say that. Right now, the apportionment committee has met once, and we will meet again on Friday. And I am the chair. I don't know if that's a good thing. It's the treasurer, prosecutor, one from each party. And we did keep the number at 12. What I'm proposing, but others may propose differently, is to keep most of your districts clean, because I'm very concerned what the congressional and state and Senate seats will be split. And I already know what I've got in the splits, but I don't know what the other 4 board members will do, so it will probably be similar. The one problem is if you're living in the city of St. Joe, looking 10 years back, there's an island and it wasn't connected, and it has to be connected, so we will have to make that area whole. We don't really want to do divisions. Right now, a precinct is 2,999, and there's legislation to change it to 5,000. So that could also, if they change that, could create a whole different ballot split. And that's how, when you're ordering it, you got to create all those different splits. What we had also under a major issue last year, and because of the rise of ballots, everybody went for the AB, and then they heard all these theories out there. So they decided to turn back their AB, and then they wanted to vote in person. So then we went through a lot, and we had to reorder more ballots. So I hopefully that answered all those interesting election questions.
Could you give me back the part of Lincoln Township that's in Julie's? Because those people really want me. It is weird. That creates problems.
We've tried, you know what is the biggest problem with all the splits and our divisions? And I really feel bad for the Orinoco Township clerk, because I think, how many ballot splits she's got?
Bainbridge and Orinoco have the most, at least 5.
5, maybe 7. And that's terrible to have that many. So then you got different with color coding, so they know who gets what. And right now, with everything that's going out, nobody wants to be an election worker or a clerk. And I see a lot of changes where people are going to get out of this. The FBI created a special task force just for clerks, because a lot of clerks at this time are getting death threats.
So what this really means is the budget projection you just gave us doesn't mean anything.
You know what, on elections, it's depending on what your constituents feel and how they react to whatever you vote on will depend on how many voters we have. So that's how we can look into that magic.
I was just making a statement because as a county commissioner, I made the statement because I know that's exactly what our financial director is over there looking at the computer and thinking.
Knows. Now, we do get certain reimbursement. We do get some reimbursement, but that is, I have no control over that. And you can't say, oh, let's cut back. And one time I did try to do a cost savings and change the weight of the paper. You could go down to 80 to 100. It was terrible on the tabulators, and I'll never do that again. The other thing I would like to mention, I have a part-time election worker. It really needs to be full. All the changes are unbelievable. The amount of training, I can't get enough people out there. And with the amount of staff, and I think that's why after 2 years, I have not been able to hire anybody. They say, can it be full-time? And also the hours you work, you're working nights, you're working Saturdays and Sundays because you have to have these open. That clerk has to be available. If my local clerks haven't, I'd have no control over it, but we're available to be the medium between them and the Secretary of State. And a part-timer does not want that. A full-timer will do that. And last year I had one clerk who had COVID. I had one election administrator who quit right after the August election. And I was blessed by you allowing me to contract additional help. And I'll tell you that contracting that additional help will cost more than a full-time employee. Yeah, see, Doug agrees.
Our part-time position only makes $12.19.
And nobody wants all that for all that. It's only $12. And you could go to Burger King and McDonald's and Taco and be paid more. They're closed because nobody else wants to work.
Nobody wants to work, so.
But we really need a full-time, and I will be talking to Brian about that tomorrow. Brian, is Brian still in the room? No, he didn't get to hear that. Oh, there you are. I didn't.
Sitting right there.
I'm done.
You're the button pusher, okay?
Thank you so much.
Wants to see. All right, well, she's gonna just walk around. So is the door closed?
She would just close the door. Oh, I better get my glasses out because I can't see anything right now. This is what happened reading. Hey, you know, comes with animal control.
Some of the others talked about it.
Yes.
That would have been bad.
Frida's feisty, that's why. Give me that.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know if she'll eat it, it's bread. You can try. And she's very weird. Well, Commissioner Volrath gave her a chicken wing. I mean, the boneless wing. No. Barbecue chicken wings out in the hallway, she's eating.
See how your notes are for the coach presentation. She didn't eat it. Just saying.
Are we ready?
All right, I'm gonna try to figure this, we're gonna see. Are you teasing her? If you tease her, that's what happens. So give it to me.
Are you good?
Is it just this?
Your button.
She didn't like it. It's
Do I
bread. She likes meat.
There you go.
Okay.
She likes
All right. Yeah, if you hold the food, you don't give, she like barks, like, give it to me now.
Oh, this one was changed the last time. I'm sorry. So
There was I'll let you know, yep. I just forgot to add something and I'll go through it. Not too much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully everybody's kind of awake. I don't have a whole lot, so. Of course, yes, here's my purpose statement. I don't want to read a whole lot of things for you. My opportunities, of course, research some more 19 COVID grant opportunities. That is a big thing I'm trying to focus on. Of course, I have to get permission from you guys, but grants are going to be a huge help with some upcoming ideas that we have as far as helping the shelter equipment or spaying and neutering, things like that. Risks and issues, of course, like everybody else. Lack of staff, and it's going to happen. I've been trying to keep the morale high in the building. We're tired. I mean, we still average, we're down a little bit to about, 6,000 calls a year, and I only have 4 full-time guys right now, so they're tired. They're running around. I usually have at least 2 more part-timers, but it's very hard to find staff right now. I mean, it is what it is. We're doing the best we can. So, the job's posted, so I'm hoping somebody will come along and can do it. We have had a really big uptick, yes, this year in dog bites especially, so it's been a really busy court cases. We are at 233 dog bites so far. That's a lot. So things like that. We do have a lot of net, which of course limits our space. So we can't bring in other animals. All right, let's go on to, all right, wonderful numbers, which I'll break down a little bit easier in the next slide. So you can see some big changes in the personnel costs. We did have some movement. Part-timers I was lucky enough to at least give them a little bit of like a 50-cent increase. A few of them got a small increase in there. Easier way to break this down. Here we go. All right, so we are 23,655 is my red number down there. Unfortunately, I've noticed throughout COVID, we were lucky enough to empty the shelter one time and it was all adoptions. We did very well. With the downside of that, our adoption fees are down about 17,000, which means we did a lot of transferring as well. Instead of euthanizing, which is good too, we've transferred out, off the top of my head, I gotta remember my numbers I have here. Our cats, we bring in 1,400 dogs a year. And my adoption rate is at 85%. And a lot of people don't realize how hard that is to get that rate. So
again, even transferring is helping me as far as instead of having those negative numbers euthanasia-wise, but then I lose out on some of my adoption fees. We are putting about $100 or so into a dog and about 75 into a cat, and our adoption fees are $75 an animal. So turnaround, we do lose a little depending on, we do have a lot of donation funds we use as well. Our licensing is down a little bit more as well. I think once I can get a couple more part-time guys hired, I'm gonna have them do some door knocking, see if I can get that back up. Advertise our new software as far as getting online, and it's great. A lot of people are really liking online purchasing. Sometimes there's some hiccups in it. I get, once you get to the payment portion, it's kind of a pain, and it's new, it's technology. Some people don't like that so much, they struggle through it. Last slide, we go to, we did bring in a little, we're actually almost close to 17,000 in our transfers in for our, I guess every year about 15,000 in donation, and that's a guess. We usually do a little bit higher than that, which is good. So again, where I say I'm down is a lot of our problems is our adoptions and our licensing fees, and there's a few miscellaneous things throughout COVID with not having people, the influx of crowds coming in the building. We don't sell as much. We have random merchandise that we do sell, t-shirts, leashes, things like that. And so my increases, I didn't really ask for a whole lot more other than I have put every single one of my officers back into a training program, which if you're familiar with what MCOLS is as a police officer, MACO is the equivalent for an animal control officer. For some odd reason, they were all taken out of this program, and I don't know why. This is it is a very positive thing for animal control officers to be in because it gives them all their training required by the state, new equipment, laws, regulations. So I put them all back in there, which their memberships are only $10 a month for their dues, but there is a big conference coming up. I would love to send my guys to get them current on training. It's way behind. Way behind. When I came on, nobody was in MACO and some of their trainings were behind. So that includes some of the travel expenses, dues, things like that. That'll cover 6 of us. And I did up my advertisement account a little bit because pencils are just not exciting to kids anymore. And that's one of my things. When we go to events, I don't want pencils. I see everybody has these cool little gadgets and gizmos and things. So we did up that a little bit, about $500 to get some new Frisbee, something kids like when we go to different events, a lot of training things and educational things, which comes with the influx of the advertisement, handouts, things like that, especially for school trainings, which I would like to do again. Okay, my proposed capital. We always ask for a truck every year. We rotate out the old one. We do get a lot of miles on our trucks by the time they drive it. He's probably, on his truck right now was, I believe, Dan Atherton's truck, so it's pretty old. Truck installed lights, radio, and that, well, we won't then need a radio for a few years because all the trucks will be up to date and current as far as that goes. It is time to renew my vests that I have on every 5 years. You have to renew them. Now that is a price for a brand new full vest as far as I probably will not need a new exterior. Mine is not too beat up. I could salvage it, just replace the plate type of thing. And this is for 6 officers as well. And right now, I only have 4 full-timers and me. So if I can get a part-timer, we usually just give them the under vest, which is less expensive. Body cameras. I think it comes down to, I think we're all there where I think my guys need them. They're in uniform. They're going out there. We're starting to get that, we do get complaints, oh, well, he did this and he did that. And I have them taking pictures and using their phones and doing things like this, but it's a safety concern. My guys do not have them. They have nothing. So,
Can I jump in there real quick? Body cameras, in the clearest language possible, I heavily endorse getting animal control officers body cams. We're sending them out with bulletproof vests. They're armed. They are acting in a quasi-police manner, and the expectation from the public now is that body cams go with every officer. They're also going to be regularly involved in situations where People are going to jail, people are having real bad days. When those two things are occurring, there's a good chance of litigation. Having body cams to show the actual treatment of the animals, of the public, it is absolutely worth its weight in gold. So as we move through the budget, this is one that, we've joked about chairs and trailers. This is one, absolutely no commentary other than it's needed.
Question? Can't these purchases be coordinated with the sheriff's department? I mean, we're talking about all
I
this
could probably,
from how many different departments, is somebody pulling that together? Because a lot of your needs are the same needs the sheriff
well, that's
has.
where,
And he could buy in bulk and probably get a better price.
yeah, and then he could bill me, yeah, I mean, I could pay him, yeah.
And as a follow-up
whichever.
to that, this is one that I feel like is custom made for an MMRMA wrap.
We're getting the same ones, and I'm gonna adopt the sheriff's policy. I will modify and of course let you guys review it. Keep it, don't reinvent the wheel, just kind of tweak it a little for animal control. My guys they're not thrilled. It's change for them, of course, because a lot of it is now, their pushback is that they're being required to basically do almost everything a police officer is, and they're not being compensated. So you'll probably hear some, but I told them, I said, you got it. This is a safety thing. You got people, just like Brian said, people are calling, thank God I know my guys. I'm pretty close with them to know if they're telling me the truth or not about something. People say, oh, they took this dog off the property. I seen it. They didn't do that. He had pictures. The dog was stuck in a fence. He was choking. Yeah, he took him off the property. It was Brody. And there's things. I'm glad they're taking pictures so I can back them up on certain things. But it gets to a point where, yeah, sometimes they really need these. There's some bad situations, especially when law enforcement's calling us. We're taking anywhere from, I started doing a poll on that, how many calls we're taking. They're calling us for, dogs after hours all the time. And we're going into houses where sometimes buildings aren't even cleared yet. And they're sending my guys in because they don't want to go in because there's a dog in there. Or 12 or 30. So it is. I know I'm asking a lot of my guys, and I hope that, it is what it is. It's a safety thing. I just have to explain that to them. So, the last thing I have on there, and I've talked to Brian a little bit about this as well, is we had talked about getting rid of, obviously the old building has been a huge, I really talk about stretching yourself thin. I do like to work. Maybe I'm weird. I know my staff is limited now, and we have been able, first 4 months in, I was able to run 2 shelters because we had that flood. It was a huge save. It really was, because law-wise, the state regulates my building, and I can't bring a lot of animals. It's really hard disease-wise what you're bringing into the building that's not vaccinated. Now you're exposing all these other animals that are vaccinated and ready for adoption and so on to all these other animals. So at any rate, what I'm asking for is, when we looked at it, the old building's not worth repair. It's not. It needs to be bulldozed, something. The scope of work feasibility is a rough estimate. Basically what I got, I worked with Robert Ray to get an idea of what they could come out to do. I don't have an isolation ward on my building. And I don't know if you pay attention to how bad parvo is right now in Lake Kalamazoo. It's bad, and it does hit. It can hit. This is the time of year. So if I get an animal in that has parvo is very comparable to COVID for a dog, to be honest with you. And when it happens, it's highly contagious. And we went down this road once before, if you don't remember, where I had to wipe out my ISO ward, and that is policy by state, by veterinary practice. I don't want to do it again. And it's no fault of ours. It's because people have unvaccinated animals. They're running on the streets, and it spreads. So I would like to add basically what it would be, almost an emergency trailer, a hazmat ward, an ISO ward, something that's possibly like roughly 30 by 40 we could add on. That there's no office space. There's nothing in it like that. We've been able to experience a lot of emergencies in Berrien County since I've moved here, and we've always needed the extra space or the emergency, great help. It has always been a great help to the community. And that way we could always add. I don't have nowhere, unfortunately. There was a little mishap when the barn was made. I have a $7,000 beautiful trailer sitting outside I need some coverage for. put a lean-to on the side and it'll save my trailer. Is Frida's disrupting people, isn't she? So that is what I have for you. If you have any questions, yes.
When Commissioner Bell and I toured, you had mentioned that your vet was really going into more part-time work. And how does that stand? Are we still doing okay with having our vet, and where does that stand?
Very touchy. I'm treading water thinly. I will tell you this, I went about, the last director did not do this, and it should have been done a long time ago. So you're all aware, I do have my LARA license and my DEA scheduled narcotics license is in my name and under the shelter. That is what should have been done decades ago. That is how you're supposed to do it. So if I lose my vet, we can still euthanize. I got everybody trained. We do it just like a vet. It's proper. But per law, you have to have a shelter vet attached to your building. Dr. Hecht is 81, 82 years old. Let's be real. He's real slow. He's a great guy. He's been working with me on an idea of, luckily enough, we can pay him. Basically, it's, I'm having a brain fart right now. We cut him a check. We don't have him as an employee. We just contract him, yes. And he puts his name on our building. He's tired. He's done. And he's working with me right now as far as what I can do to come up with some ideas. I have been talking to Brian since April. And I've been working and trying to find a way to do this even as a part-time position, but it's not up to me. It's up to everybody here. And I'm trying to get all the numbers together and do what I can do. I have a great opportunity. But again, that means I have to ask, and I hate asking, but it's something that where I would have a shelter vet on staff part-time. I would have a shelter then, somebody younger that's movable that would help me now with my intern. I've looked at the numbers as far as if we do a shot clinic, Dr. Hecht keeps that $6,000 for himself. Okay, all their money pockets. We pay for the shots and everything, and it's a low cost. It helps the community a ton. When we do it with other vets, they give us that money. That money then in turn goes back into my spay and neuter fund. Or $6,000. That's only one shot clinic. If I do two, there's $12,000. It goes back to my spay and neuter, which then in turn now I can have somebody in there that can neuter my cats, which is easy. Females is a little harder. Luckily enough, I have an anesthetic machine in my building now because it was granted to me through the House of David. TNRs, things like that we're doing. So we're making a lot of progress. It's a matter of, we're tired, we're thin-staffed, but 2x2 vet has really stepped up because they have, I believe, like 6 vets on staff, and they come in on Sundays and they help us do things. So I have Dr. Hunter that is willingly, she'll come do a walkthrough because again, you're supposed to have it done on Wednesday. She volunteers her time. So I am saving some things and there are possibilities, but in the long run, it's going to come down to I'm not going to have a vet. And I got to figure out how to.
Do you know when or you don't know when yet?
It's
still a no.
He knows I'm looking and trying to figure out an idea because he's tired. He's, like I said, he's 81, 82 years old and he can't. Okay. I was blatant with him. I said, I'd rather keep that money than, and then maybe that's mean, but I'm like, I could use that for my spay and neuter. And the other vets are donating this to me. And to ask him to do a lot of the things we need him to do, I'll be honest, he's very old school mentality. He's a great man. And he will come in here and talk to you at any point in time you want him to and explain everything. He's old school mentality and I have got to move forward with logical thinking and practical ways of treating animals. No, we are not a private practice. We are a shelter. But there's things that need to humanely be done. So.
I think you come see us this week at admin, so.
Thursday, I do, yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes, would you also do me a huge favor if you haven't already started? We need to come up with the plans and policies and procedures. We had the power outage down in South County this year where people were out of power for 4 or 5 days, whatever it was, or anyway. The problem is that we had opened up cooling shelters, and the problem exists is that you're not going to get an older resident to leave their dog or their cat and leave them in that hot house and go to the cooling shelter themselves. And the same thing is you would probably have the same thing in the North County, and then also in the wintertime with power going out and no heat in the wintertime. So maybe a cooling shelter, warming shelter. I'm just throwing that out there.
Definitely. No, I completely understand and you're right, because I'll tell you what, I would die in my vehicle with my dog. Yes, I would, because she don't know nothing else. Look at her, for crying out loud. Look at you. I will inform you or clarify, there is laws where we cannot put, and this is, again, state level laws, we can't put humans and people together in one place. Again, my push for add-on to my building.
Humans and people?
Yes.
Yes.
See how I talk to my dog? That is my human. Animals and humans, they're pets. They're pets, yes. And you can't, because that is an MDARD, and I do the restrictions, and I can give you some of the stuff. They're just restrictions, and you have to think, you got all these people in one spot and all these random dogs in one, it's gonna be chaos. So again, I don't wanna stretch myself thin, but I'll do it. I'm willing to do it. The add-on to my building, again, it's like a hazmat building, it's an all-purpose building. It is, if there's a way to do it, and
I just wanted to bring it up.
Yep.
Because, you don't know the definition of emergency until it happens.
I did.
We don't really have a plan, what I understood, so that's just.
I have actually, I sat down and finally I put together, about a 60-page policy book for my department. I can supply you with a copy of that if you want, but I need to sit down too with my department and say, here you go, here it is. So, yeah, okay.
One thing I think about, and somehow you said it in there, the old animal control building is still there.
It's there, but it's a death trap.
Right, but one of the things they talked about keeping it so that if there was an emergency.
Yes.
In Berrien County, like nuclear plant did something or whatever.
Yes.
That would be used to take people's animals.
Yes.
Or ours and move them into that building. I never went in because I can't breathe.
We worked on that. Maintenance did go through.
Yeah, so.
It'd be cheaper to build an add-on to my building.
Okay.
And then I will tell you honestly, Commissioner, it's easier for me to try to do it at one location.
Yeah.
Because I'm so thin-staffed now. It'd be a lot easier if we had like that add-on.
Too much.
Yes.
Members of the board,
Commissioner, excuse me.
we are 20 minutes behind. If there are any more questions.
Stop talking.
Commissioner Freeling has a question.
I'll answer quick then.
Thank you. FTEs, how many full-time equivalents do we have for your department and how many openings? Ben, do you know?
I have one person retiring. Well, it's probably, I'm gonna say, and it's right before licensing season, so it's gonna be tough.
Tiffany, he's got it.
Thank you.
Now,
Any openings?
we'll have one in
The
about
one,
a
yeah.
month.
Okay.
And then just my part-time officer positions.
Then the other question that I have for you, you talked about the animal control equivalent to MCOLs, right?
Yes.
And my question to you is, who in your staff is required to be MCOL certified?
I am, so I have to work another job at some point when I can, which was a huge question I really have to ask you guys, is I need some time to work. And I haven't had time to work for Baroda, which is a requirement of my job because I'm working 60 hours a week for the county. I am there from 7:30 in the morning until 6 at night lately, just because I just don't, stuff's got to get done. I'm there on Saturdays covering, we come in on Sundays if there's an emergency. It is what it is, but in order to keep my MCOL cert, it was a requirement because it's not under the sheriff directly. I have to work a part-time job, so when I can, I go work for Baroda.
So my comment now is to the rest of the board and perhaps to the administrator. We are in the midst of doing strategic planning. Is there value in looking at the organizational structure
Absolutely.
of that department and what's required of somebody who is passionate about caring for the animals of Berrien County to give her the tools that she and her staff need moving forward?
I think there's definitely a conversation, but part of that conversation should be, does it make sense to have this as part of the sheriff's operation? You've got quasi law enforcement wearing the equivalent of a badge, but not operating under the elected law enforcement.
I think it's worth the conversation. For me,
one of 12.
The damage I could do to some offenders.
I think the thing that bothers me the most, and this has been brought up many times before, Brian, that you were here, is with the MCOL certification and going into the sheriff's department, the thing that a lot of people don't realize, or maybe not all of you realize, is the biggest difference between animal control and the sheriff's department is animal control goes out on a call and they do not have the computer access of Lean to find out who those people are at that address and whether or not there was any criminal activity. And that's the bothersome.
It is a big and you nailed it, because I don't know if you understand this. As a police officer, I have no jurisdiction. I really, no offense, kind of got the end of the deal. I only have jurisdiction in Baroda. I can't even run Lean at my own department because I'm not in my jurisdiction and I'm not under the scope or the authority of the sheriff. So now my guys are going out on calls to try to help, which is a huge thing. Take these dogs and hot cars, so on and so forth. But now we got to call another officer out anyhow to find out if they're, because you have to be Lean certified, which I am, but I can't run it because I'm not under the sheriff. So now we have to call another officer out anyhow to get okay to run Lean, to get these people's information when a dog's dying in a car or whatever the case may be. So there is problems. There's huge problems.
Commissioners, we're almost a half hour behind.
Well, we're able to be very quick.
I'm gonna try it, bro.
The jail will be finished before the main.
Is that all you said?
I know, it's everywhere.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here, Robert.
Well, hopefully you feel
Nice
that.
presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody.
And that will show you what to do.
Oh, I think I can
Connie.
model somewhat.
Connie, we're gonna have to speak English.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All you gotta do, your mic is hot.
Yes.
Okay? You just hit this button and then you
Ah,
move forward. Do you need me to do you're gonna have to do your capital project thing also, or is that just an FYI?
It should be coming up.
Okay, well then we have to get, because it's a different thing, correct? It's not the same file.
I think it's only if I just
Is
dump
it
it
in
real quick.
No, it's fine. You just go ahead. If I need to put something else up, I'm just saying you just need to
I think
like
it's,
prompt me.
oh, it's not on there?
Yeah, so it's in a different thing. So get through this and then.
Okay. I got you. I thought I had it all attached.
Good
Well, good afternoon. This is my first attempt at this, so hopefully you guys can bear with me a little bit on it. I kind of changed a mission statement that we have here to kind of maybe reflect a little better of what some of the major changes that we're going to probably have to endure, mostly for the positive. The purpose statement is working together to ensure a safe and secure environment by continuously providing clean and welcoming appearance at all county building sites, ensuring that all operating equipment are at a premium efficiency, achieving our goals professionally, efficiently, and responsibly through collaboration and communication. We will achieve our strategies by empowering all building and ground staff to use their knowledge, skills, and attitudes consistent with communication and effective leadership, providing and developing materials, expertise, and motivation for the building and ground staff. Opportunities. We will be embracing the knowledge of professional experts to assist us in the direction and needs of our facilities, helping us to determine the most cost-effective strategy for future direction. This will address actual building efficiencies by providing a master plan. We will continue to maintain our sites, identify issue, and respond to emergencies and weather-related conditions. You know, that's really what we do continuously. Just like last weekend, we set that up for you guys. You had a good time. We picked it up and we move on. Risk and issues. Well, it could have been really bad, but it was good. Risk and issues. Aging building infrastructure is always the hardest to correct. As systems age like mechanical, electrical, and building hardware, this all relates to having a safe and secure site. Material costs have increased, in some cases 30%, due to disruptions and lack of raw materials. It is more important now than ever to enlist the opinions and experts in specific fields. So moving on to this. Doug helped me with this, so if there's any questions, he'll answer them. So we're in a no, but we're only 2 over. So we're actually in a pretty good position. And there's going to be a lot of capital that we'll have to look at as far as what the experts are going to ask, are going to look at and survey what we need. It's going to be pretty daunting, I would have to say.
you have any questions with that. I think some of the increases were some in personnel increases because Brian assisted me into raising some wages on some very underpaid personnel I had last year. It was getting to a point where I could have potentially had some walk-offs. And it was nice that we were able to respond to them. They did a lot for $10.86 an hour. And that's now been corrected, and I thank you. I'll move on to the next page, which will be the net. Because my capital is really where it's all at.
So you done here? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So they did a walk-off, huh? Is that what they're gonna do?
Oh, potentially. Potentially.
All right, I gotta get out of this one. How do I make it end? There it is. You want your capital, which is over here.
I didn't stay with it.
I don't know why it was two different ones. I'm not sure. Oh, so did this one have it in it?
Did originally want to send it.
This thing? Is that what
That's
you're
it.
looking for?
Yeah,
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so hang on, we'll share screen. Come on. There we go.
Could you make it smaller?
Yes, please.
It's, unfortunately, I would have to say that a lot of the things that we have on here are gonna be overlooked when they're looked at when they review for the master plan. But however, I felt it pertinent to put some things on there because there's gonna be some things that are gonna run into end of life before anything is actually implemented. We have some, aging infrastructure. Of course, you can't see that, so small. Can that get zoomed in or no?
Do it.
No, there's no Zoom.
Do this all. That's it.
All right, well,
It's PowerPoint. Just slide over.
Well, yeah, but I mean.
that's what happens when I enlist as a professional.
It's in your, I did that. You can increase the town. I mean, you guys have it in your computers, right?
Oh, okay. Well, very good. You'll see like the top one there where I have the setting of the granite steps at the north side of the courthouse. Now, that's been a long-standing issue. And those are set on sand. And there's an actual department that's right underneath that. And anytime we have these directional rains just come out of a certain direction, that department gets a waterfall of water, and whether the catch tub falls down out of the ceiling or other issues as such. But they deal with it. And then we have to deal with it as an emergency. But that's like something that will be looked at. And it's pretty much everything that's on this list. We have a roof that's failing in the mechanical area at the courthouse. That had about 500 pounds of Freon, I think, leak on it once or twice, and it ruined the rubber roof. So that's something that leaks into the FOC department. And then we have the disconnect at the courthouse is also an OSHA violation. That goes up every year, keeps coming back on here, but we have a disconnect lever that does not reset fully. And it's hanging off. It's got a note on it, do not touch, but if somebody turns that off, we're gonna lose all of the power distribution panel in the penthouse. It's like pushed items that hopefully will get put to the forefront when we take a look at everything that it needs. The next one is a big ticket item is the $110,000, and that's for rebuilding the air handlers at the courthouse. Those are the original. Those coils condense and run water. And now they don't hold water, they don't drain water in the right direction, they're rusted out. They've been patched together, painted with the elastomeric coatings and things of that nature, but I'm more afraid of what happens when you have water sitting in a stagnant location. Bear that in mind. But that is pretty much everything that's on here is everything that's kind of like I could put together real quick for you guys to get an idea that we have some really serious issues that we're gonna have to have some professional eyes look upon. And another one I have on there is the sanitizers for the air handlers to reduce bacteria and viruses. That could either be UV or deionization, whichever is best, but it probably breaks down to about $1 a square foot because we cannot increase the air filtration on the buildings because the systems aren't designed to run more restricted. The fans won't handle it. the ductwork won't handle it. So you're kind of like trying to retrofit older systems. So that's something I really feel strongly needs to be looked at. That way we can be a little bit more confident that we're scrubbing the air in the jail, courthouse, the administration, and the other buildings. I don't know if you know this or not, but at the jail alone, we have 227 toilets and stools in that structure alone. 500 electric operating doors. The jail has 70 stools and whatnot. And my guys do a pretty good job of keeping all of that stuff running. There's only a few of them a day that we have issues with. And I'd say employee retention is also one of my major concerns. I'm down, if you were taking head counts of maintenance, it needs 10, we're down 1. Grounds has 3 and 2 temps. That's for all year. That's for winter and summer. And that's your snow removal and everything else. And then the mailroom, there's only one employee for the mailroom. So that has to get filled in when she's on vacation or if she's ill. And the jail, we have 2 guys that are probably going to retire out here in a couple of years. Gary Roberts and Dave Puckett. He's our certified electrician that's on staff. I fear it's going to be very, very difficult to replace that position, if at all. And with him goes an encyclopedia of knowledge. So those are my most daunting things, is trying to make sure that some of these things hit the radar screen when we go and do our master plan. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Any questions, commissioners?
Sorry.
What?
Is it get him out of the room? Get Robert out of the room.
Well, do you have money to do some of these? Is there money there to do some of these things? Did you already give?
We have to look at that man over there.
We're looking,
I was looking for.
all the capital items that have been shown here have been put on a list. That list is numerous pages long. I've sorted it by the type of expenditure it would be.
Yeah, it's big.
Distributed to folks like Robert for building and grounds, or to Chris with IT and so forth, to take a look so we can try to prioritize and come up with, here's what we gotta do next year. And to make sure that we've got funding to do it. So that's the process that's also going on at the same time as the current assessment is going on.
That's what I'm really looking forward to that, actually, because then you'll have professionals that'll be able to look at the efficiencies of these buildings, what the actual deficiencies of them are.
But you already did some increase in pay.
To our temps, we did, yes, and that retained them.
Yeah.
It was really, really beneficial because it was needed, and Brian saw the issue and worked it out in no time for us.
I like this chair. I'm trying to be here. I never did.
You can take it home.
I never know where that was. This is a pretty good seat. Any questions? You all are packing up. Yeah, Jim Kerr.
Just on your point that you were just having with Robert, Brian was out of the room, but we're gonna have that discussion on all the capital needs in using the ARPA money. And that's how we're gonna prioritize it. That's why the sheriff's command vehicle was brought to us.
Yeah.
Big ticket item, but we've got the ARPA money to do it. Right, Robert, he's got a big ticket, a lot of big.
There's many pages on that, as you'll see, and
in my opinion, this is where the ARPA money should be spent.
Good.
On taking care of our infrastructure rather than ongoing costs.
As long as it falls within the guidelines.
Yeah, and I've talked to Brian about that because we have some guidance and you can reimburse yourself for your expenses, which you really take off the top.
The breathing.
Then you start to get into the meat of it. So, yeah, there's a lot of steps, and I know Brian has kind of walked us through those steps, but.
It's great.
Yeah, sooner or later, we are gonna sit down and have these conversations. And so hopefully we get some of those things done on your list, Robert.
I hope so too. Well, it benefits all of us, actually, so that's all there is to it. But I didn't want to not have anything up there knowing that we got a big thing coming, so. Did you say there's a lot? Well, the only thing I say, fortunately, it didn't really make it onto my PowerPoint, so I thought it did.
Thank you. Your explanation was good.
a good example that we're facing right now, we've got the building in Three Oaks with very, very limited use.
Yes.
Very limited functionality of that building. Our health department would like to expand their operations.
Okay.
We've started some just casual conversations about, does it make sense to pour money into Three Oaks, or would it make sense to do a joint partnership and build something in the New Buffalo area? In my mind, you've got a growing population base in New Buffalo Township, Chickaming Township. You've got easy travel for anyone along Red Arrow. I think that it would make sense to take a real hard look at putting up a new building and potentially sharing space with Lakeland or potentially the tribe. There are likely partners out there that would be interested. I think that the townships would also be very interested. And so as we look at Three Oaks, we're not just going to say, well, this is how much you need to spend on it. We're also going to bring you essentially what I would call the net present value. Does it make sense to continue pouring money into the buildings we have, as opposed to looking at the cost of new construction and trying to give thought to, does it make sense to maintain the footprints that we have? That's true for our road department garages. It's true for juvenile center. It's true for the Three Oaks building, and on and on and on. So we've got a lot of work to do. And our fleet of buildings has been maintained, but we're at a point where I think it is completely justified to have the bigger conversations. And the benefit of these ARPA dollars is more than likely we can grow that capital stack of 30 million and turn it into significantly more as we pursue the state and federal funds. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner?
No, I'm not asking. So I know a few years ago, I talked about this in the budget process. You guys utilize a software that keeps track of things that are coming to end of life, the maintenance schedule of all of that for preventative or.
We have that in our facility, dude. I don't know how functional that is for us.
Okay.
That's what you're asking. I could look into that.
Yeah.
But I don't know how well that was taken off the ground.
That would be my question. I'm just the effectiveness of it.
With the preventative maintenance program we have, we did have it and we went and had it all done. And it was quite a large influx of information.
Yes.
And the thing with that particular preventative maintenance is that it sent out work orders to my guys and started asking, they would be potentially having to do things that were out of their qualifications.
Okay.
Going into electrical panels, checking the torque ratings. And it really is, I can't send anybody knowingly go do something that's hazardous, and they are far from being trained or compensated for that type of task.
Sure.
So it was really a misfire, I would have to say, on that.
Okay. I appreciate that
But
comment.
I can pull some information on that. No problem. But it was daunting, to say the least.
Other questions?